Oh, trauma time. Here we go. I fear today we'll be crying. We'll see. If we make it, we can all sit back and laugh. But we're gonna make it. Made it on time. Welcome in. Like today, we're finishing. We're finishing Greatest Journey. Even if it takes me until midnight, for some reason, I'm getting this done. I'm having a lot of fun with the games. I'm not going to say that I don't like them at all, but they have taken up a lot of my streaming. And I would like to be finished with the series. I don't know what you're referencing then, no. You're not doing it big. Well, yeah. We are. Today is the finale. No ifs, ands, or buts. It's this and that's it, and we're done. Whoa. All right, let's go. Hi, Dr. Corey? Well, this in the extras, yes. So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court.
Does anyone else hear that?
Yeah, and it's getting closer. And it sounds an awful lot like...
My...
Eugene Mikitoba, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Yuma University in Tokyo, Japan. And Professor Mikitoba, the young lady beside you is... this is Dr. Maria Gori, Scotland Yard's practicing coroner, the daughter of Dr. Scythe, I understand. Yes, Dr. Scythe. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared. Giving my Barrock plushie extra kisses because this part is rough. Here we go. Why is the game quiet to you guys? Is it just me? Oh yeah, this is down to 22. Why is it down so far? Okay. Sorry. Game volume wasn't doing great. Summon the strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy, but you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too. Yeah, your mom wouldn't go against the powers that be, Gory. I'm sorry. If we could summon her and she would reliably testify, I would absolutely do it. But we all know she won't. I had enough points just to ruin a scene with Uwu. Not if a bot shows up. That's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly, whilst I was in the antechamber too. Poor man. The idea is making me shudder. The revelation about Dr. Scythe that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. That's the reason. Ministry of Justice decision on that is final. Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we? Ministry of Justice. Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think. I feel like the second scythe says anything a bullet will fly through Maria's skull. I mean, more than likely. I'm not saying that she's like fully choosing not to say anything because she just doesn't want to. I do believe like what you're saying is that there is some form of leverage being held over her. And that's the reason why she won't testify against Strongheart, but yeah. I remember you, Dr. Mikitoba. But I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Strongheart. Prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago. That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinners. So you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint von Zeeks. I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure. Mama is far more skilled than any Japanese man. Gory, stop being racist. I feel like that's the only reason that would stop Scythe from speaking, given how she acts. Maybe? I also feel like she would probably have like a staunch hold of her position as well. But she also did kind of give that up in order to somewhat protect the secret. Now, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe. Yes. I noted all of the doctor's findings when we were done. He read through the document and signed it. Oh, Mama. As secondary assistant, she wouldn't have had such a good view of all the innards. So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson? Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Von Zieg's autopsy never would have happened. But he was absolutely convinced it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was as a result of that autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done. But Gregson admitted before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. Were you there at the time? You must testify. Oh, you were there at the time. Yeah. Maria's definitely Emma's great-great-grandmother. Maybe. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on. Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here. And that's why I'm here too. Very well then. You will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning. Oh? You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that. Emma lost the goth genes. No, she got the full nerd genes. Yep. From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results have been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange. There were no other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach. Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. What piece of evidence? Why are we still pronoun gaming that? No indication? Nothing to suggest fabrication? Professor Mikotoba, are you certain about that? Well, nothing I could positively identify as such, much less swear to a testimony. Well, that clears things up nicely. The only fabrication here, Asagi, has come from you. What? You claim the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication. No! He freely acknowledged it. I swear he did! Freely? With the tip of a sword at his throat? The man was clearly at his wit's end. Court will give no credence to this confession, and was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Von Zieg's death. And with this testimony, we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter. Not without my cross-examination. If I may, my lord. There was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. I beg your pardon. Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All 4 of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats. Oh, such horrifying crimes. But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint von Zeeks, suffered a different fate. Yeah, you're right. He was stabbed through the heart with a sword. That's enough. I believe I warned you about this witness. I promised to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered into the realm of supposition or speculation, but he's absolutely right. Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination. What? I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony, and I fully intend to exercise that right. Ryunosuke. I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law, as I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree. Very well. You may begin, counsel. Chad Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke over here being way more, like, fucking level-headed than the prosecutor across the way by the name of Kazuma Asuki. Who, like, was about to just fucking give up at the drop of a hat. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution. Yes, my lord. Still mad that after 100 trials, the super boss only gave 1 XP. I mean, it depends on how much, how high level you are. Like, that's always how it's been. So if you're over leveled for the boss at the bottom of the trials, then it's only going to give you 1 star, man. That's how it goes. From the observations, you couldn't say? No, sadly not. But then you couldn't say there wasn't any indication either, could you? No, true, I couldn't. I was at Dr. Wilson's side as he performed the procedure, recording what he did. But at times, of course, he instructed me to fetch implements and such like. Also, I was away from the operating table. Obviously, I could have missed something. And at those times, what was the secondary assistant doing? Following this Japanese man's orders to adjust the lighting or pass him implements. But that doesn't mean Mama wasn't a vital part of the team. Quite, yes. So you would kindly refrain from staring at me, at my cheek like that. Professor Mikotoba, think! Was there nothing at all that seemed out of place to you? Well, yes, there was, as a matter of fact. Kazuma was flying by the seat of his pants in his emotions at the moment. Yep, he is in full, I have no idea what I'm doing mode.
Hold it!
In all of the previous 4 killings attributed to the professor, the victim was killed by an enormous dog, I believe, though their throats were, well, mauled. Correct. And yet Lord von Zeeks was stabbed. Do you mean to say you think Lord Clint von Zeeks may not, in fact, have been the one of the professor's victims? There's no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigations carried out at the time. But Genshin Asuki confessed to all of his crimes upon his arrest. He admitted to having taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy. And yet the beast that was used to carry out the killings was never identified. No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept a dog. True hound of hell. You know, in a weird way, I wonder if Toby, the dog Toby, is like the puppy of the dog that was trained to kill people. Like, not saying that he's a hellhound in waiting, but it was like, it just feels very Ace Attorney if it turns out that whatever dog was used in the plot against the aristocracy turned out to have a puppy, and that puppy is now aiding the police. It was Genshin biting him the whole time.
Hold it!
Nah, way different dog. I mean, yeah, it was probably like a Rottweiler or a Bulldog that was used because that's generally how that goes. Maybe a Pit Bull because they're like they're the spooky dogs. But, you weren't actually present at the autopsy yourself, were you, Dr. Gory? Does that matter? Well, I just wonder how useful your testimony can be in that case, really. I mean, it would be different if your mother, Dr. Scythe, were in the stand, but... I've read all the paperwork about the case, and Mama told me the story countless times. The statement I just made is exactly what's written in the autopsy report. I did confirm that myself at the time, it's true. Besides the stab wound, there was no other signs of internal trauma. I see. Mama told me all about it. Oh? She said that there was nothing of note internally. But they did find an amazing piece of evidence, something unbelievable. Unbelievable? What do you mean? Come on, Dr. Gory, what was it? Bum, bum. Genshin was a werewolf. The werewolf in London!
Hold it!
I knew it! What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean? Well, it was sparkly and round with a hole. It was a donut! Ace! Ace was in there! As if it might slip over a finger, perhaps. A ring? It was a ring belonging to Genshin Asugi. Oh, my father's ring was inside the victim's stomach? At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the oh god, digitus quartus of his left hand, the fourth or ring finger. I understood that it was some sort of keepsake. My father left Japan for London 16 years ago. I was 8 years old. But I remember that ring. You do? My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death. But the ring wasn't among them. Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores of Scotland Yard to this day. After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off. They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes. How could they? I brought the ring along with me today. What? That is a hell of a ring! That would suck to swallow, even if you were dying. The ring was the voice in Kazuma's head, inside of his stomach. Yeah. Here it is. It's a bit dusty from years in the store. Good gracious, yes, that's it! I haven't seen it in 10 long years. And it was found inside the victim's stomach? Yes, I'm afraid so. You hesitated there, Professor Mikotoba. Should we read something into that? Well, it's just thinking back now. I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body. Oh my, really? At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see. Dr. Gory. The removal of historical evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not? She forgot. However, it came to be here. The court cannot deny that it is crucial evidence to today's proceedings. Very well, you may submit it. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Shut up, Ryu. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. These fat claws are doing a good job of protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of the ring. Yes, if you were clumsy, you'd give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I would think. Ow! Now my finger's bleeding. Claws are really sharp. Oh my. It's very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo, even for you. It would make such a dangerous ring. You couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely. A sticky mochi bun of about this size would go down much better. With some red bean paste in the middle. Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow. Yeah, Like, this shit's crazy. This is like something out of a Sly Cooper game. Crazy. Like, that's what this design is. This feels like it would be terrible to wear, much less, you know, carry around. It'd be great to punch somebody with, though. You'd probably kill him. Hey, kiddo. You know I'd eat that. I'm not surprised. I'd have to start arranging for your funeral, but I'm not surprised. Such a shame she's only there in these last few cases. Yeah! Fat shaming a piece of jewelry. I mean, they're pretty. He's not wrong. Aim for the eyes. What the heck does that mean? It means if you eat it, you're gonna bleed out from the inside, kiddo. It looks so sharp that it hurts just to see it, right? Ryunosuke barely touched it and his finger's bleeding already. That shit will kill you. It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. It almost looks like claws protecting the jewel. You must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruhodo. Very carefully indeed. Already did it. Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. Oh, Pede! What's up? It's so sharp that it comes with its own Evanescence playlist. Damn, the millennial humor. Enjoy your lurk. You do go hard though. I mean, it's fucking crazy, but I think it would be really uncomfortable to wear. I mod my other 3DS today. Oh, good luck. And that was the decisive piece of evidence that led to Genshin Asuki's arrest. Correct. After further investigation by Scotland Yard, the man admitted to his crimes. It's a lie! My father was no killer! Barak von Zeeks, it was you! You twisted the truth to suit your purposes. He wasn't the one who made the order. He is literally on our side right now, Kazuma. Turn off your blinders. Focus on the guy who really did it, who's sitting in the judge's seat. Jesus Christ. Your hatred of me doesn't change the facts that were established 10 years ago. My brother Clint had closed in on the professor. In the end, he exposed the man and put a stop to his lethal rampage. In the way only a man of my brother's caliber could. But I had a snake ring that dug into my finger. I could handle it. Literally, the only reason I have to mod the other one is to do the Unova link. Ah, gotcha. That's everything, is it? Poor father. He looks so troubled. Perhaps because 10 years ago, something happened that's been weighing on his mind. Oh! I couldn't say where his words. That phrasing was very deliberate, I'm sure. I wonder if he had his suspicions all these years. If that's the case, we need to use this cross-examination to prove what really happened. And remove any traces of doubt. If we could establish that Kazuma-sama's claim of fabricated evidence was true, we can't shy away from this now, even if we might uncover what could lead to total calamity. Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo, I'll be right beside you, whatever may happen. I have an idea of where to throw, because it's got to be the ring. It's presumed to have been swallowed. Here is where I feel it needs to be thrown. So I'm going to do a quick save, because I'm not confident. You used to be able to go through the Pokemon Online site, but that closed now. No!
Objection!
Okay. Nope. The witness's last statement exhibits fundamental inconsistency. The one that any British court recognized, counsel. What? Remember, this is a closed court. Whatever fate befalls you in here, no one outside will ever know. should be wondering if I'll make it out of this courtroom. Okay. Maybe the autopsy works? Does the autopsy have any kind of indication? 9 p.m., midnight. Death with a single stab wound. Additional recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring finger of the right hand, but no document in corresponding ink was found. It's not Genshin's ring, is it? This isn't Genshin's ring, it's Clint's ring. Evidence recovered in inspector no internal trauma noted anywhere in the body. Okay, so I think you're right. I think it is the autopsy report. I want my pip back. Give it back. Give it back to me right now. There's a fan server for the Intralink stuff, but since my game's already has an online ID from connecting online, it can't connect properly. No. Okay, so take that? Nope, that's also wrong. So are we on the wrong statement? Or are we barking up the wrong tree? There's no signs of internal injury, nothing. Okay, no. Okay, wait, okay. Never mind, we were barking up the wrong tree. Because how could it be possible that there's no internal injury when the ring looks like that?
Objection!
There we go. Okay. Had the right thing, wrong data. I mean, wrong spot. Court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach, but you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba? That's right. As I said in my testimony before, at that moment, I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested. In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring in fact really came from the victim's stomach or not. What are you suggesting, counsel? That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. And it's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson's fabricated that detail about the autopsy. What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asagi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach.
Objection!
Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim? This evidence, right here. That's the autopsy report. It's explicit in that report, counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally. So I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point. You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all. What? To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. And in addition to its size, there are sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with. My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death. Even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer be brought to justice. But if he'd really swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma. No! And there you've arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago. Then why didn't you say something at the time? I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day. Look at this! Now this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say? But Isn't that rather particular, Dr. Wilson? Oh, what's that now, Mikotoba? Well, if he had swallowed a ring of that size, with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you'd expect to see damage to the throat and the esophagus, torn mucous membranes at the very least. Dr. Mikotoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you. I'm terribly sorry. I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injury would have been seen. No, let's say the victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down. Oh. Throat goat von Zeeks. So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father. I'm disappointed, counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation. What? Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There is no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion. Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membrane of the throat is easily identified, even in living subjects. Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one, and the government can pay. I don't think so. And Dr. Gorey, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished. We open up the dead to find the truth. I beg your pardon. But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up with all her secrets inside. That's wrong. Aw, she's coming for you. Dr. Gorey, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama. She won't be hiding secrets. Yes. The ring. What about the ring? I've just remembered something. An earlier incident. What incident? The one I recounted to you before, about a memory I have of Genshin Asagi saving my life. What? My father saved your life? Yeah, we talked about that. Me with Nintendo Switch 2. No! I want more of this Maria. I mean, if we ever get a third Great Ace Attorney, we might get more of her. She would have to be the practicing autopsy for the police. It was 10 years ago on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at the late hour. All of a sudden... Don't make a peep! You're coming with us! Oh, there's the ring on his finger. And all of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scars. Burn! This game wraps up too cleanly for that, but that doesn't mean that they can't do more. They can't do other stuff. I take it Gina investigations, though. Next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring. Are you saying? I've always believed that those thugs were after me, but now I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target at all. Wait, but... Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack, and in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found. You mean the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night?
Objection!
Ooh, hired thugs. You pathetic coward. You expect me to believe that you weren't involved? Oh, for fuck's sake, Kazuma. Or Osanaga. Oh, Osanaga could be fun. Or Kazuma. Or Sholmes. Or Brock. There's so many people to choose from. What do you mean by that? He is just constantly crashing out. It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring, didn't you? Admit it! You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as the mass murderer. Kazuma. Get your bitch ass in gear. Open your eyes. Ryunosuke? You must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. I can't tell if the voice is ironic or not. It was ironic. I'm mimicking him because, yes, he's being serious and all that, but his constant want to make Barak out to be the bad guy here makes him sound like a whiny little baby. But I can't put them into proper words to write. Fair. Is that why you were so insistent that I should be present at trial? To see you like this? Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. It seems you've thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much so that you were apparently blinded by the blatant contradiction that would be born of it. What? Though it's extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asuki not have disputed the findings in his trial? Because he was a foreigner from a foreign land. And you guys are racist. In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord von Zeeks? Yes, that's indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who had accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate. But then... Oh my. That's very strange. If Mr. Asuki did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then that would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence. An obvious conclusion, that which you should arrive many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asugi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Ah. Yep, he's just like, I know that I can't get out of this, so fuck it, I will accept this. Genshin Asugi's silence at his hearing can only mean one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago. Ah! But if that autopsy was all above board, there'd be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion. Hey, it's Cosmo, okay. Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely. Kazuma? What's this latest absurdity, Council? My lord? Your reasoning is perfectly sound, but for one giant hole. I beg your pardon. You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence. But there's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence. Silence that would lead him to be convicted and sent to his death? If the autopsy results were... I'm sorry, that point's not great just because of the weird way his arms gotta bend to make it work. If the autopsy results were an invention, there's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested.
Objection.
Oh. No, those results were an invention, all right. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that 2 people with a connection to the autopsy have been assassinated? If I force the grievances I feel from my mind and start to see you in an entirely different light, I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these past 10 years. Me? You can see the curve of his chest, so I don't mind. You can see his midi, Your Honor. Kazuma-sama has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. If we can only show there was a reason for his father's silence in his trial. A reason why the man would have said nothing even though he was innocent. Could it have been part of some negotiation, perhaps? Enough rhetoric. The court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have the court has possibly explained Asaki's silence in the court? I mean, I feel like it's his will. Hereby request that upon my death that all material possessions and wealth belonging to me in London be delivered to my son Kazuma Asaki and third is the sadness that I accept my fate in this foreign land in knowledge that I will never see my homeland or family again, but I regret nothing of my path chosen. Is it the will? I feel like it's the will. Because it was like, this is his last weapon. That's what he called it. I mean, it doesn't say anything of particular note, but...
Take that!
The will? This is the defense's answer to that question. And as I indicated before, my penchant of rhetoric is... Fuck! You could at least accompany the penalty with an explanation as to why the answer was wrong. Kazuma-sama's father knew that the evidence being used to convict him was fabricated. Why would he have said nothing in the trial? If it were me, I'd have protested my innocence until I was blue in the face. Yeah, if we were right about the autopsy results, there must have been a strong reason for his silence. Well, then perhaps he was saying nothing in exchange for some sort of clemency. Ah, that could be it. My lord, the defense... Enough rhetoric, show the evidence. What? What? The sword?
Take that!
Nope. I don't have a damn clue. In exchange for clemency in what way? I don't understand. What are they what are they hinting at? I have nothing in here. What suggests a deal? Nothing! Nothing suggests a deal! Nothing obvious suggests a deal? I literally have, like, 2 things that could be associated with Genshin Asaki in my fucking evidence right now. That's the ring and the, 3 things. The ring, the sword, and his fucking will. I want a clue. I don't want the answer. I want a clue. Be vague, I guess is the best way to put it, because nothing is jumping out at me that suggests that the deal was struck. I don't have anything to be like, oh, it turns out that Kazuma was actually with them in Egypt or in Europe or whatever. Somebody supposedly helped Genshin. So, is it the dismissal? It would be the dismiss... I mean, I guess that does constitute a deal. But it feels like that was in place way earlier. I mean, I'll give it a shot.
Take that!
I mean, I guess that does make sense. And I forgot about that whole situation, mostly because I feel like it would have come into play after he was made guilty. I don't know. It's true that Genshin's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction, but that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he had been sentenced to death. Though I find it hard to believe. Get the gun ready. We got a bot. Bang. Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, falsified... That's not the gun! Raph, you use your real points. You use the same amount of points to use the gun. I got it specifically for bot shooting. A fake execution, falsification of death certificate, and a jailbreak inside of a coffin. Clearly, such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. Notes read, there are indications that a jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. There we go. Now the bot's dead. In other words... there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asuki and the British government. In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine that he would have kept very quiet. I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Asuki can be explained in no other way. You have 10 500-point redeems, and points are funny money. They're fake. It's not like you're paying for these. All you just gotta watch me, and you'll get the money back. Order! Order! First fabricated evidence, and now a jailbreak conspiracy. Of course, because it was all intimately linked. Prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses? People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago. Ah! I just scrolled until I saw 500. They have names. Governor Caden? The poor chief warder of the prison? I won't allow this trial to be turned into a farce. To summon the governor of the prison all these years later. Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord. What? Father? My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you that he's extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and the local... he wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier, asking Governor Caden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency. Mr. Sholmes did that? Are you telling me that... Both men are, unless I am very much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment. My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings.
Yeah, this is big brain time.
That's not what Strongheart is thinking right now. Very well, bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all. Casually reading the script beforehand, yeah, he's peering out of the fourth wall, talking to Shutakumi, being like, hey, okay, so we need to bring in these guys at this time period. Got it. Bam, bam. Von Seeks is still there. Sholmes has been big-brained the whole time. He has. Would the new witnesses state their names and occupations to the court, please? Aye. Barrett Kaiden, Governor of Barclay Prison. Everyone calls me Gossip. It's still jaunty little your other persona, if you don't mind. Oh, I do beg your pardon. Of course. That's good. We needed that. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The reasons you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago. What, the professor? But we've already been through all this before, a decade ago. And the conclusion was that there wasn't anything untoward happened. And a convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you'd call nothing untoward. Well... Convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed, and he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. Governor Kaiden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. It turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Asagi from your prison, then of course. Consequences will be very serious. And in all likelihood, a capital punishment. God, hold on, laddie. All I did was... Witness, Governor Kaiden. Ah, sir! You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country, with the greatest responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Asagi, if you threaten the witness again, you'll be held in contempt of court. My apologies, my lord. The signs were all there. There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place. Very well. Let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know about the plot to break Asagi out of Barclay 10 years ago. Gonna lie a lot. It was the day of that Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief ward of Vigil here and put the plan into action behind the scenes. I was responsible for Asagi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot. And if there were some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office, all I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire. That's a short testimony. A directive from the prosecutor's office? Are you saying that that was the jailbreak plot? Aye, that's right. Who sent it? Who authorized that plan? I didn't ken that. You're saying you don't know? Listen, there wasn't a thing about the professor case that wasn't unusual in some way. I didn't ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I couldn't tell you. I see. But the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office. And one thing is very clear. Barak did it! As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asagi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asagi admitting to crimes he didn't commit. Pathetic little men with mental illnesses. Nah. That counsel is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense. Oh, yes, my lord? I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to cross-examine? Of fucking course! Absolutely, I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord. Seems like Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Ugh. Very well, proceed, Council. I had golf today with my new Scotland friends who just invented the game.
Hold it!
And you say you don't know who actually issued the directive? Aye, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official. But if it was from the prosecutor's office, that narrows down who could have issued it straight away. And it wasn't me. Can I even say, with certainty, that it did originate from the prosecutor's office? What? There's no telling where it started. A fair chance it came from higher up the ladder. Basically. Can I give you any indication of who was behind it? You can't be serious. All I can say for sure is that the order must have come from somebody in authority, I suppose. The likes of us on the ground, as it were, didn't bother with idle speculation. We just got the job. We just get the job done. So, Mr. Vigil, you didn't know anything about that at all? That's right. My only role in that scheme was as a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor? Some poor beggar had to take a rap for it. Alright then. Who else did know about the plan? I've not the first idea, laddie. My part in the whole business was basically just dealing with the aftermath. But I wouldn't be surprised if there were other folks in the prison service who had been given similar orders. So you don't know who else was involved. Aye, that's right. All I can tell you is that the night it actually happened, the person at the reins was Dr. Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country. I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you? Oh, Vigil, cannot apologize enough. No, Governor, I don't believe you can. It won't change what's happened. Damn! Going for his throat! And what else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Caden? YouTube not working? What? It looks fine on my side. Try to refresh. Balroth doesn't seem to be having trouble. I think everything should be fine.
Hold it!
But you've already acknowledged that others came from the prosecutor's office to arrange for the man's escape. There must have been some sort of negotiation. It's the only explanation. Alright, well, be that as it may, I didn't ken nothing about it. The witness stand is no place for telling what you don't know for sure. I can know that much. Then I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. So you were just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt here. The man was still killed illegally, even if he was a condemned criminal. You may very well be found complicit in murder, Governor. So that's what it's to be, is it? Even with the threat of a conviction, you won't break your silence? All I do is to carry out my duty for Queen and Country! For Queen and Country! Did you carry out the plan in its entirety? I did everything I could at the time. As you know, Genshin Asuki was shot dead in Logate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, Was that part of the plan too? My instructions were to get the job out of the jail and nothing more. Can I tell you about what happened after that? Only, personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan.
Excuse me.
Yeah? Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? Hold on. Okay. So, is the game... Is YouTube really screwing up, or is everything fine? I need to know. No, it seems like it's running just fine. I just pulled it up. We back. Okay. I don't know what happened. Weird. But whatevs. Is something wrong? Oh, he's gonna make me dizzy again. Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir? He's saluting now. What is it? Some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Caden was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that shooting of Mr. Askew at the cemetery was ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? Well, it doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit and the promise of a jailbreak only to kill him in the end? That's treachery of the worst kind. But the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need for all this, the chicaneries of an escape? He's right. Yes, that's quite true. If whoever negotiated with Asuki never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay, behind the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, and certainly... Truth be told, there's a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. If you believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak between Asuki and body at the top, it doesn't quite add up, does it? Governor Caden, I must insist that you explain these doubts that you have by amending your formal testimony. Go on then. It seems to me that the Japanese fella didn't have nothing to bargain with. Yeah?
Hold it!
Yeah. Admitting to the crimes, that was what he had to bargain with, surely. I kind of see that myself. After all, did the prosecution have conclusive evidence against the, Charlie A? This, you mean? Discovered during the final victim's autopsy. There's every possibility this conclusive evidence was fabricated by Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Possibilities are all very well, but nothing has been proven. You can holler about misconduct in the trial 10 years ago all you like. But if you can't establish that it happened with hard evidence, no one's going to listen. Aye, that's right. And so what I'm saying is... the convict had nothing he could use for any kind of bargaining at all. This makes an astute point. Logically, it would seem no negotiation could have taken place. But then why the elaborate escape attempt? And yet the plan to break the man out of prison was definitely put into place. So he must have been armed with something that gave him an angle to negotiate. Fuck. So Asuki's son agreed to confess to the crimes because he was assured he'd be broken out of prison later. Well, he don't think that Kazuma-sama's father would have engaged in such negotiations. And perhaps something compelled him to agree? A terrible thing. Using the law to legitimize such underhanded dealings with a desperate man. Only to double-cross him at the end. It's quite the opposite of justice. I can't help feeling there's something about that apparent negotiation that doesn't quite add up. Something doesn't quite add up, Mr. Naruhodo? No, it doesn't. I can't quite put my finger on it yet. Well, in that case, let's keep digging until we identify the problem. So what did he have? What did Mr. Asagi have as bargaining material? I mean, this was his remaining, like, weapon. It's the only one that kind of makes sense. At least that I can put together. Like, it's the only thing that doesn't really have any significance. Is there more to the sword? There's not anything more to the sword. I'm gonna throw these because I feel like it's the only option.
Objection!
Okay. I mean, he mentions, like, treasures and stuff like that underneath, but, like, yeah, okay. Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Genshin Asagi was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means that Mr. Asagi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon. Havers, the fellow couldn't possibly have had anything like that. But you know that he did, Governor. The Asagi Papers, the name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asagi. Ah! It turns out that Mr. Asagi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with him one day. You squealed, did ya? You wee rat! Did I not tell you to keep that a secret? You can't touch me now! Yeah! When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict cell, Mr. Asagi pleaded with the warder. Alright then, but what's on that paper? The last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left. A weapon? And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes. All the prison warders searched through his belongings in the cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asagi Papers. Governor Kaden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Would I be right in saying that you knew that the so-called Asagi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow? Jinx! What's this bizarre, what the blazes you blathering about? That will was found right and proper. In the fella's cell where I said it would be. But how can that be? Where in his cell? We all searched the place, from top to bottom. Well, you didn't do a proper job, eh? You pilly-wally gallot. You can't criticize me now. I showed it to you before, did I not? You lawyer? Yes, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese and reads the last will and testament of Genshin Asagi. Which means that everything is as it should be. Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here. His dainty little hands. What inconsistency? Wait, my dad has a will? Mr. Asagi described this document as the only weapon he had left. And yet, this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage. Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake? As has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Barclay Prison was far from above board. That last vilification of the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former Chief Warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least, sorely mistaken. What? No! I definitely heard him say that, I swear! Clearly, we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asagi papers. A waste of time! If the will was fake, where is the real document? Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything. He very nearly his own life. And now you're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself? It's clear that Barclay Prison is hiding something. It's clear that the jailbreak was masterminded by somebody in the prosecutor's office. It's clear that some illicit negotiations took place. Is your lordship going to gloss over this? What did you say? I didn't hear it. We should hear from the Chief Warder. You let him testify. The trial must go on. The man's voice must be heard. It would seem that the vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then, let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament. Yes, sir, my lord. I have to pee. Alright. Before we start up this next cross-examination, I gotta pee. I'll be right back. Let me get there's no music playing, so let me get you some music. Hold on. There you go. Alright. Be right back.
It's a useless waste of time. I don't care what's on your mind. The truth was never for us to find. We could lock horns all day, but really who cares what we say? We will be lost before we fade. I can almost hear it cry, this feeling you somehow deny. Just how do you fail to heal the roaring, grinding of your gears? As you dictate the laws, your future self honors the flaws.
Alright, I'm back. I am now lacking in piss for now. As the warder responsible for the condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. We turned the cell inside out, looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. I only found out about the Asogi papers when a directive came telling me to impound them. The document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in his cell. A kimono, I think it's called. Shine in a kimono? In his kimono? That's a lie! We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all his clothes. That can't be true. Are you satisfied with calling me a liar that once, eh? You wee waffinger. There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Other than the hold that you like to take out my cravat, of course. He's just pretending like he's being shaken. That's insane. Is that what you're going to do? Is it? Are you going to give me a good shake again? Or are you too scared? Arrgh! Little and large. What a double act. He complied with Asagi's will as far as possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan. As a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country had ever seen. And we were much obliged. I can confirm that all of my father's belongings arrived safely. I cannot deny the handwriting is that of your old man's, eh? Yes, there's no mistaking this is my father's brushwork. Really? This last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. Gotten 10 minutes without seeing Balrog, getting bored. I'm sure you'll see him here in a minute, Balrog, calm down. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord.
Hold it!
Hold it! So, would that mean that you conversed with Mr. Asagi? Yes, certainly. Though there was precious little time before his execution was due. There you go, you saw him for like a split second. He was remarkably calm considering his days were very much longer. I shouldn't be laughing at the statements, but it's more the fact that it was just like, I was intending to do this. Be like, there you go, there he is. Look at him standing there stoic. But then I accidentally hit the button to go forward, and it just flung past him really quick. It's just like, oh, that would be funny. In all honesty, he really didn't strike me as a man capable of mass murder. Oh, there you go, naturally. Yet he confessed in full to the crimes. I know. That's why I felt compelled to ask him one day, and I can still recall his reply. I'm guilty of an unforgivable crime of ending another human's life. Yes. He was so tranquil and intelligent. It put me in the mind of an Eastern holy man. And what about the will you saw with him? Can you tell us about that? It was the beginning of all the drama. I remember it very well, yes.
Hold it!
And he pleaded with you not to report him, didn't he? Yes, that's right. And like the Vampire, you didn't tell me. A blatant breach of trust, that was. I could see the man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly. But according to what you told us 2 days ago, Convict had been strictly forbidden from having any writing materials whatsoever. Yes, you're quite right. So when exactly was the will penned? It was before the man was remanded to Barclay, obviously. Yes, it was the prosecutor's office. The prosecutor's office, under supervision of the relevant authorities. I personally instructed Oski to make a will for the benefit of his family and his homeland. In that case, why was it found in his cell? What do you mean by that? Well, if it was penned at the prosecutor's office, you would have expected that it would remain there for safekeeping, surely. Oh! It's curious. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict's cell. Oh, well... Pence makes an astute point. Well, Governor? Prison Governor, can I expect to ken the inner workings of the prosecutor's office? In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter? I'm unable to offer an explanation here and now. I would have consulted with the notary responsible. Oh, I would have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time. Bring him in! The fact that my father's will was discovered in his cell is clearly inconsistent with what was expected. I want to know why. Another inexplicable mystery, then. Well, the thing about the, is about the will.
Hold it!
It was the governor who ordered the search of the will, for the will, as I understand it. Is that right? Yes. And when I reported back that we couldn't find it, he grabbed me by the cravat and yelled, "Can I have disappeared completely?" in my face. Well, it's down to the governor to keep everybody working as hard as they should. I think the governor needs a wee taste of his own medicine, Mr. Naruto. The point is, it was clearly considered a very important document, wasn't it? It proved impossible to find. That's right. Then before I knew it, it was in the morning paper, that blood-curdling article. The executed mass murderer who'd risen from the dead. Oh, you mean the article based on Mr. DeBur's experience in the Locate Cemetery? Yeah. Yes, that it was. The day after I read the news, I was summoned to the governor's office. And that's when the awful accusation was made. That you'd aided Genshin Asugi to escape from prison, resulting in your immediate dismissal. I'm afraid I really don't remember anything after that. I mean, you had jumped out a window. As the governor of the prison, I had no choice. I couldn't have done anything else.
Hold it!
And that directive came from the same source as the one instructing you about the jailbreak? Aye. From the top levels of the prosecutor's office. What name was on it? Didn't I ken afore, and I didn't I ken now. All I can tell you is that my orders were to do everything in my power to find that document. The directive said that it would be somewhere inside the fella's cell. Document? Was that the wording? Document, not will? Aye. That's what it said. I'm clutching at straws here. I just wonder if there was, if it was really Genshin Asugi's last will and testament that the sender of the directive was after. Continue with your testimony then, witness. The document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in his cell. A kimono!
Hold it!
In Mr. Asugi's kimono. Aye, the one he'd brought with him when he was locked up. Yes. He was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand. That's right. He was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution. Indeed. He had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, his sword. His sword? Kuruma, the famous sword of the Asugi clan. There's the soul of my family, and you broke the tip of it. I don't doubt it. I just really wasn't getting, but I wasn't really getting at that. Forget being the soul of the clan. Could the man have had a more obvious weapon? Have some respect, Ryunosuke. Respectful silence. The warders carried firearms at all times, and the inmate had shackles around their ankles. You could never have hurt anybody with that. Still, he was allowed a sword, but no writing materials? Aye. He wrote that will before he came to stay with us at Barclay, you see? Dr. Mikutobo was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office. The Suzuri inkstone, black sumai ink, and some Hanshi rice paper, no doubt. It was present. Oh, I was present when he wrote it, but I'm sorry to say, the letters just look like squirming massive jet black earworms to me.
Excuse me.
What you got on your brain over there? Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? Every day. Mr. Vigil! Sir! It was Scarlet, sir! What? What? Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that. Less swaying and more explaining would you be helpful? Lost connection to chat. And it's back. Something about the testimony we just heard? Have you recalled something of importance? Something of importance? Possibly, or not. I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid. My lord, defense asks that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with this possibly or possibly not important detail. Permission granted. Go ahead, Mr. Vigil. Yes, it was Scarlet. As I remember it, the document was written in scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken. Oh? Scarlet, you say? Well, yes, I mean, I only caught sight of it for a brief moment, of course. But even in the dim light of the cell, I remember thinking that it was an unusual color. At the very least, I'm quite sure it wasn't black. Witness! Is that really what you saw? Ah, what? Sir! Is something wrong, Lord Strongheart? No. I apologize. Continue. Just him hyperventilating for a moment before calming down. What do you make of that, Mr. Naruto? For Lord Strongheart to be visibly shaken in that way. Ah, didn't I have it? You can plainly see the writing here. It's as black as the Earl of Ailes waistcoat. Earl of Ailes. Oh, yes, you're right. Mr. Vigil, I'd like you to confirm one point with you. Did you actually see the content of the document that Mr. Asugi was holding that night? Oh, well, no. I mean, there was no time. As soon as he noticed me there, he hid it behind his back. It's definitely a will, was it? Yes, it was. That's what Mr. Asugi told me. We need to waste no further time on this matter. We have the will in question in our possession. There's nothing more to add. Will written in scarlet ink. Did Mr. Vigil really see Kazuma's father holding, I wonder? If you have an inkling, Mr. Naruhodo, then you must present it to the court at once. Wow. The testimony doesn't give much away. So this will really was penned by Kazuma's father. I wonder what he could possibly have meant when he described it as a weapon. It's starting to sound very much like Mr. Asuki actually had nothing. But the plan to break him out of jail went ahead, which means he must have had some bargaining power. He must have been hiding something. It's the only explanation that makes sense. It's starting to sound like Mr. Asuki actually might have had something. Which is it, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm not sure, but I feel as though I'm on the brink of understanding all of this. Let's listen to all the information again and see what we can learn. So, something to do with red ink. How does this keep happening? What do you mean? He was part of the Red Head League! So... ring finger in the right hand, but no, this, yeah. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the right hand. So I feel like this is it. You're like the third streamer I've seen do this. What, get confused by them talking about stuff? Maybe it's because it's confusing. Maybe because it's a puzzle game. Do you ever think about that one? That this is a fucking puzzle game and therefore it can confuse people?
Objection!
Scarlet colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. And I believe that's exactly what you did see. What? Heavens again, you have no evidence to say that! Let's have a look at this report. That's my brother's autopsy report again? Yes, there's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the finger of the victim's right hand. Yes, so it does. Scarlet ink? Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, if I freely admit. But I would hazard a guess that they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they? Your wit is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertip, he would have cleaned them immediately. Is your point, counsel? Ah, fuck. Damn it. I just realized I coincidentally named my, me and Park's first Tomodachi Life child Scarlet. My point is this. Whatever Lord Clint von Zeeks was writing in that unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death. Because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand. What? I remember something troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. But Clint was was a word about such things. It seems unusual. And no document penned in the color of ink that was in the inkwell was ever found. So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was the same document that Lord Clint von Zieks was writing moments before his death? Then it was... If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that yes. Mr. Vigil? Sir! When you spotted Mr. Asagi with the document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not? Alright then, what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This is the only weapon I have left now. So it was Clint's last will, not Asagi's. A last will and testament. It was if this conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we now know completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asagi said. You really think? Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Asagi's. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint von Zieks. No! What?
Objection!
This is madness. This is my brother's last will and testament. That would mean that he had chosen to die. That is what it would mean, yes. No, impossible. That is utterly out of the question. Lord von Zieks. Getting Bara plushie to hold. No! Squeeze him! Clint was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never! He wouldn't rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death is obscene.
Objection!
And yet, we can be sure that he was writing his last will moments before his death. And that Genshin Asagi came into be in possession of that document. So what could the will possibly have contained? Clearly something that couldn't have been made public under the circumstances whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers that be to enact a daring jailbreak plot. Yes. There can be no question that the will contained information of the utmost secrecy. Information of the utmost secrecy. What? No, it couldn't be. Bang, bang, bang. Crying right now. Why must he suffer like this? Because he's a big boy. I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom will nobody can attest to having seen serves absolutely no purpose. No, my lord. That's unacceptable. What did you say, counsel? The last will and testament that Genshin Asagi had in his possession was that of Lord Clint von Zieks. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion. But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there's no line of reasoning to pursue. Oh shit. The reason why Lord Clint von Zieks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen to die. Information so secret! People in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of the condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. But it's just too hideous. Mr. Naruhodo? However difficult the situation might become, your work with your client is to pursue the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you enter the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken. Mr. Sato. So hold your head high and keep soldiering on. Yes, you're right. Surprised I didn't get this? You seem to be constantly surprised that I'm stupid. I don't understand why. I don't know what comes across that makes me sound like I'm smart. I don't know where I keep getting this. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint von Zeeks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asugi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details of the will are related to the Professor case. The defense's last statement is mere conjecture. What are you kidding at, man? Ryunosuke? As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. Don't worry, Big, I was stupid when I played this too. Everybody was stupid when they played this. I don't understand why Raph seems to have such a high opinion of everybody to play this. I don't understand. I believe the last will and testament of Lord Clint von Zeeks was in fact... Ooh. Oh, this one's rough. The way that you guys keep talking about how why does Barok have to go through this? Why does he have to be the one to deal with this and blah blah blah? Makes me think that it's a confession. You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe that what Lord Clint von Zeeks actually penned that day was a confession. A confession? Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor and his true identity.
Objection!
Just choose the answer that gives Barok the most anguish, it'll be right. It's what happened. Enough! Counsel! What are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the Professor? That would mean... Lord von Zeeks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in, but the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor, the man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy, wasn't Genshin Asugi at all. No, you can't be suggesting. Was in fact a man believed to have been the 5th victim. My brother Clint! Lord Clint von Zeeks himself. Ah! It's just the seeing them just like, finally opened, is it? Pandora's box. The great von Zeeks family? They've been thoroughbreds of the British judiciary for years. Lord Clint von Zeeks was a paragon of justice in the capital. But he was actually a mass murderer? A perpetrator of atrocities of a vile nature? If the general public ever found out, law and order in the country would blah, blah, blah. My brother. Can't just hit me with the my brother Clint. I felt like there was the most opportune time. I don't know what to tell you. Oh, this is too awful. Poor Lord von Zeeks. I wonder, though, did he ever suspect? Mr. Naruhodo? Baron von Zeeks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize that his older brother really was? Order! Order! Order in the court! Lord von Zeeks. The professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? Yes, he did. Balmung. He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant. I don't believe this. When my brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds behind the house, he always took Balmung. After Clint's death, The creature passed away too, almost as if he were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck. Jewel-studded collar? That's right. Though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night. A jewel-studded collar, stolen by a thief. It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London. How could you? There was an old emblem attached to the collar, too, made of pure gold. There it is! Oh, yeah, that is a bee, isn't it? It's topped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital letter B. What? An emblem bearing the initial B? Oh my. You know of it? Its insignia is the Baskerville family. What? The Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now? Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. The pure gold emblem was an heirloom which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt, then. The collar you described was Balmung's. Family insignia of Lord Clint von Zeke's widow? Blah, blah, blah. There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry, of course. But it could equally have been from human prey. So it is true, then? Clint von Zeeks really was the professor? Impossible! These Japanese are making it all up to exonerate their own! So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself. And that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society. My father knew that, and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil. Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart? 10 years have passed, and still now, the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy believing that justice was done. That, though his anonymity remains, the diabolical murder was caught and executed. Very well, then. You may have the truth. Whoa. Tell me then. Tell me what Clint really was. And to think he genuinely believes this was right. Yeah. Which still makes him a villain. Also, he might still be the Reaper. Because, you know, he could have been ordering for the people who got off specifically under Balrog. And maybe others, but it was more spread out, so it was harder to find. Was having to have them killed. Lord Clint von Zeeks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one of to become the most even more fiendish than oneself. Did I just call him Balrog? Probably. Wait, wasn't I talking about Strongheart? Clint. But yeah, shit, you're the Reaper. I knew it. The 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of metropolitan police services, new law and order. These dazzling new developments meant that even deeper shadows were cast on society. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes, and crime growing daily to fulfill the docks. Can I please take him to go sit down in the antechamber and give him a little snack in a juice box? No. He's got to see the truth. The community will never recover. Lord Clint von Zieks made it his mission to combat that darkness. As time went on, it slowly ate at his soul, until eventually he was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising, that the truth has once again been unearthed by a Japanese. Once again? What do you mean? 10 years ago, your father, Genshin Asagi, turned up at my office one night. The professor? Yes, beyond all shadow of a doubt. You must ensure a warrant to search his home at once. Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion whilst he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes. Scenes! Do you have evidence? Nothing definitive as of yet. But he keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy. So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that it's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry. I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on the tenuous accusation of a visiting student. I have a gooner in my comment section. Get out of here! If Fox finds out about this, oh no. So I turned down Asagi's plea, and as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Von Zieks mansion on his own. We can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course, Lord Clint von Zieks perished. I don't believe this. So in actual fact, Kazuma's father did. He made the late Lord von Zieks meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor's killings by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life. As soon as I heard, I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened. And what about the will? Asagi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at the time. It's good shit though, little bro. Yo. I mean, I was the only person who knew the true identity of the professor, so I resolved to keep it a secret, and to guard the secret to the bitter end. So you're admitting to it? That you were behind it all? It was you, then, who pinned the crimes on my father? Did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if it meant employing an unforgivable ruse. Then it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence? I ordered that detective to take care of it. Whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally. Gregson? Obviously, he opposed me at first. Are you after Rocker? We can't do something like that! There's no question there's no question that it was Asagi who murdered Lord von Zieks. Now, staff had made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night. Yes, well, I've no doubt that it was that Japanese fella. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog. So we're short a murder weapon to boot. And we're short on time, Gregson. Must put a stop to this man's rampage, for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, detective? Blimey. So that night 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin's ring was taken, that was him, was it? That was Gregson and some hired help? And the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned its discovery from the victim's stomach during the autopsy. And in light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Asagi was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhanded dealings. It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness. What weakness? Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Asuki. Me? Yeah, dude, you wanted to make it home to you, dumbass! Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asugi? What? Though I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention, and you will see Japan and your son again. You scoundrel! Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by her order of Her Majesty. So whatever rash claims you might make in court, we'll have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asugi: the gallows. Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden. Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect our country's law and order, you understand. So, what's it to be, Asugi? Kazuma. He did it for me? As I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order at any cost. Everyone in this room has to die now. Goodbye! Sets a bomb. I've never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in the light of all of this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Mael Strongheart? A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Barak von Zeeks? The spirit of your late brother, a paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you? What brazen... I knew that you'd play the part to perfection. But your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel. An angel with bloody hands? I think not. Those who had cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became. But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago, when he was invited to work in Japan. That's right. I had to employ the services of his young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Scythe. Dr. Scythe. So, with the execution of the Professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey, I have successfully safeguarded the law in our mighty capital for the past decade. I can't think of a better AA antagonist. In the matter of masterminding things, yes, I completely agree. I do think that the original oh man, Von Karma, the original Von Karma, is an insanely fun, flawed villain. And I say that because he could have easily fully gotten away with the murder of Edgeworth's dad had he not wanted to take revenge on the child that accidentally shot him. If it wasn't for that, he would have gotten away scot-free and would still be prosecuting people to this day instead of being dead. There's still a bit more to Strongheart. I'm not discounting Strongheart. I think that his plan is elaborate and insane, and he clearly believes that what he's doing is right. And it's just like when it comes to like a flawed villain, I would choose Von Karma like every single time, because he like just the insanity of, oh my god, the date on which I will be able to not have to worry about being brought to a court for killing my rival is about to pass. I need to pin this on his son as fast as I can. That is everything. My lords and ladies and gentlemen, I do hereby confess it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire. Lord Strongheart did it? An unforgivable collection of crimes, but still, all those who died at the Reaper's hands were rotten to the core anyway. If it was all in the aid of keeping London safe. There is no one left who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these four walls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request, and it is, of course, for the good of the country. Can he do this? Can the trial really end now? Don't see that one? What? I have one last question. For the accused, Lord Von Zieks. What? Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor, so I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother. Yes, the same thought occurred to me. It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had any doubts. He's the reason he concluded his doomed Yowie. Oh no! I don't know what that is. Oh, Genklin. Oh. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong. Perhaps too strong, I observed. At the time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. Since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a great source of turmoil. And coincidentally, at the same time, the professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. And that made you suspect of Clint. Yes. But it was only once, not more. Only once, really? Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time, and I still believe that now. Do you have any evidence to support that idea? The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. He was the one who recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother would have killed his friend and mentor. That will do. Neither Clint von Zieks nor Genshin Asuki are still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. But... There's only 2 extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as an incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asagi, and the 3-paged will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man. 3-page? We only got 2. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained. Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice and for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. Well, at least he's willing to face consequences. That is all. Court is adjourned.
Objection!
Yeah. I mean, I kept thinking that the will was too short. Thank you, Kazuma. Me? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery. What discovery? My lord, I'm afraid I must insist the trial continues. I beg your pardon. As the court has been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very suitable contradiction. What contradiction? But all I did was ask the accused one simple question. It's amazing how much comes out when one simple question is asked. Well, it began with Lord Von Zeeks and his recollection about his brother. Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length, and merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here. So where on earth is this contradiction? One of them definitely just said something contradictory, and it's time to identify who. It's Lord Strongheart! It was Lord Strongheart, I'm sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. Come on, Ryunosuke. Think back to his words. Find the problem! Neither Clint nor Genshin is with us. However, on the debate we had cannot hope to reach a conclusion. We literally just did this. There's 2 extensive pieces. That fucking ring and then the 3-page will. It's 3 pages. Did I mention it was 3 pages? There's 3 pages to the will that was left behind by the man with 3 pages. Lord Strongheart, would you care to explain? Explain what, counsel? Among the statements you made just a few moments ago, you said something you said was inconsistent with with a certain piece of evidence we have. This is not investigations. Consistent. And whilst an inconsistency remains, the defense has a right to pursue an explanation. Ryunosuke, what? Let me warn you about the statements you are making, counsel. They may very well prove fatal. Claim my words contain a contradiction. Which piece of evidence is it? It's this!
Take that!
I only got 2 pages, bitch! Von Karma, no! This here is the will left behind by Mr. Asagi. The 2-paged will. What? Yet, moments ago, your precise words were the 3-paged last will and testament. Ah! Could it be that originally there is a 3rd page? For a moment, I thought perhaps you'd identified something worthwhile. But it's a mere trifle, I see. A trifle? Governor Kaden. What could I do for you, sir? You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament. Aye. I was there for sure. I remember the black verum, wear like scrolls to this day. And I'm quite certain, my lord, there was a 3rd page at the time. What? Only the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. If I mind correctly, the 3rd was a message to his lad back in Japan. For legal purposes, we required only his will. And we wouldn't have wanted any uncomfortable words about Britain to get back to Japan, eh? So we decided the 3rd page ought not be sent. How dare you make that decision? I had a right to know what was said, to hear my father's final words to me. The courtroom is no place for sentimentality, counsel. As it happens, I have the third page of the document with me here now. Why? Why? I mean, it's really convenient, and I appreciate it from like a gameplay standpoint, but why? My father's message? It will be given to you at the end of these proceedings. It'll be too late once the trial is over. We need to know what it says now. Even the slightest thing could be given us a vital clue. Sholmes again, probably. My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Asugi's last words to his son to be read aloud before the court now. Your request is denied. The inevitability Malden words can be of no consequence now. The prosecution agrees. The court should know the content of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined. Very well then, Governor Caden. You will read the third page of the document for all here present. Yes, sir! Only, I should point out, my lord, that I cannot actually read worm language. This is beautiful handwriting. Shame on you, Barry. Hey, Mikitoba. Hey, if I could be of assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for the court. Father! You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikitoba? Naturally. I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. But perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message. Cooperation is much appreciated. I'm not gonna lie, I thought it was gonna be Sholmes. I'm just, you know. Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness. Darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Kuruma, twist thy head and watch them fall. All thy mortal foes. Oh yeah? That's the end of the message, it would seem. A haiku poem. Twist thy head. Father? What is Kuruma? The name of Asugi clan's famous sword. A razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down for generations. It embodies the Japanese spirit. It's not known to me. It's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in these proceedings. The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. Details have been updated. Okay. All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue. Hold on your second, Your Honor. Alright, what's considered the head? Twist the head is a proper way to use the sword, is maybe I should try it. It hurts my neck, that's the trouble. Mr. Naruhodo, if I might make a suggest, I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head. Oh. And I once studied the history and development of a katana a long time ago. And I'm sure you're probably aware the sword's head is the part of the very end of the hilt. That's what I was thinking. It's written as head in Japanese, but it's pronounced as kashira, I believe. Kashira? Yeah, so Mr. Asugi's words meant twist the butt of the hilt. You don't think... Twisty! Ah! Look what's inside! Is that a tightly wound sheet of parchment? Ba 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 ba! The confession. Scarlet ink. It's written in scarlet ink. I penned this, my last one testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it? Mr. Naruhodo, look at the signature at the end. My brother Clint! The date 10 years ago, on that fateful night. So for 10 years, it's been silently concealed inside Kuruma, and nobody knew. The last will and testament of Lord Clint von Zeeks. Wait. Oh my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable. Clint von Zeeks' will has been added to the court record. We're just over there shuffling with it. It's good. Check what again? The sword? Check what again? You're so smart yet so dumb. What do you mean? What do you mean check what? Check what again? Check the tip? Check the blade? Go in here again? Twist the head when it's certainly playful in the first. The Uziatsky clan is actually called for such incentives. I've read way far past that. Protecting great secrets, you mean? Some sort of duty? Well, I could believe that. Cosmo conducts himself as someone with the weight of his clan as long... okay. I'm just not an achievement hunter. What's the will say? What's it say? I want to know! No fair! Fine. Adjournment of the court is long overdue. As the presiding judge, I have been as accommodating as possible of the will of the courtroom. However, despite all of that, no new information has come to light. Sir, Your Honor, we found a secret compartment. No new information has come to light. It says pain. Everything hurts. I depend this in my own blood. In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint von Zeeks tragically lost all sense of morality. When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of his normal faculties. How dare you! I refuse to believe that was my brother. Too much time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know more than we do now. Especially since the alleged will that he had penned in his final moments appears to be lost forever. I'm not looking at the defense playing with that sword. I'm not. I will not acknowledge it. Lord Strongheart. You appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. We have heard you state time and again during these proceedings. Yeah. That everything you did was in the interest of protecting British law and order. I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen. What about Inspector Gregson, then? And Dr. Wilson? They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed. However you dress it up, there was nothing fair or just about that. Lord Strongheart, what exactly is it that you're hiding? Dr. Mikotoba, were you not to quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will? In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it's supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. In which case, I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the record. This is my last chance. Mr. Naruhodo, I have to present some decisive evidence now, or it's all over. Can I present? Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present. What? Don't be absurd. There's nothing of relevance remaining from the time... It's high time that you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that had escaped everyone else's attention. Did you not see them playing with the sword, Your Honor? It was like 10 minutes! Nonsense. What is it, Ryunosuke? What do you have? I dare say. The final decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth from this rotten tale. How can you... Decisive? Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord. Let it be so, then. Present whatever you think you have that can settle the decade-old enigma, if you're capable. What are you gonna do? Pull his will out of nowhere?
Take that!
Oh, fuck, you found his will out of nowhere! There's a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago. The last will and testament of Lord Clint von Zeeks. Ha! A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it had escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago. That's right, it was. Only... I have it right here. Discovered just moments ago. What? Huh? Huh? The fuck you mean? Impossible! That can't be! Everything that happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery. Oh, he's pissed. Strongheart, fucking how? My brother's last will and testament? Where did you find that? In the sword? What do you mean in the sword? It was rolled up inside this. Inside Karuma? That ultimate weapon Genshin Asuki obtained has lain undisturbed in the hilt of this sword all these years. Just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth. The signature and seal certainly look official. Official? I'm dead. No! Fuck you mean no! My god, it's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There could be no mistake. Oh, it's really important. The other witnesses are gone. I forbid the contents of that document from being read aloud. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it. Fuck you! You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything. That document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. I demand you hand it to me at once. Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page? What are you implying? One last shot. Court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom! There it is! Do that, my lord, and you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice. I beg your pardon. Forcibly ending a trial without good reason, and not any trial, a closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason. Leg! One last leg. Lord Clint von Zieks really did pen a will that day. It's exactly as the young Japanese man said. Read it now! We have a right to hear what's in that will. A right and a duty! Oh well, my lord. It would rather appear as though proceedings aren't going to go quite as you'd hoped. You fools. Go ahead, Ryunosuke. Read it. The prosecution gives its full support. Very well, then. No. For God's sake. No! He's doing the Vader no. I pen this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m., and I sit at my writing desk in the office. My good friend, Asugi, stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of a duel, that I will depart this world with honor, an honor for which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are truly merciful people. Oh no! I, Clint von Zieks, Lord of the Manor of the von Zieks estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not hear discourse the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me, as one of them, so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity, a demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. Dog. That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done the man's bidding for months now, killing those he deemed I kill. He demanded I kill. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me and sunk to the level of a wild beast. There is no path back to the light, be it I or my dear friend Asugi who dies this night. I am entirely damned, eternally. To my extorter, extraordinary male strong heart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. Clint did it once, got found out, and then he started using Clint as a means to get rid of people in front of him. So now we know. Yes, Clint von Zieks was a murderer, but somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Male Stronghearts. It was you. Lord Strongheart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court has just heard could destroy justice in this country. But you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature and the countless lives you sacrificed up until now. On wooing you there? Well, looks like you missed your chance. It just didn't make sense to me that the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man. But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office that you'd set your sights on. So you used your own hunting dog, Lord Clint von Zieks, to take him down. It had to be done! London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arms of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the root, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say? Tantamount to cowardice, if you ask me. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire. In murdering the man, the Reaper, the Professor, the names make no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London. Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now, too? Kenshin Asugi. Well, it was unfortunate. I had fully intended to send him back to Japan as we'd agreed. I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him! No, it wasn't me who took your father's life. Then who? On the night following his mock execution, I went to Low Gate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigoku. Judge Jigoku? There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asugi's treatment after his reparation. Jigoku had fierce ambition. It made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough. Sashiro, you fool. As you know, Asugi escaped the prison in the closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go as planned. There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. The man who witnessed was what nobody was supposed to see. Enoch Derber. Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London cemeteries, but that grave on that particular night... Blast. If people find out that the convict wasn't really executed, The scandal will rock the very foundation of the Empire. Then what do we do? Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku. Shoot Asugi at once. He cannot live now that this has happened. He has to go. What are you talking about? We had an agreement. You promised him that he could return to Japan. Everything has changed now. If the truth got out because of this, both of us would be finished. Forever. Come on, Jigoku, do it! Pull the trigger! Shoot! Burn. You know, you could have just shot Derber instead. Like, you didn't have to shoot the guy coming out of the grave. You could have just shot him and put him back in the grave. Jigoku shot Asugi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close the blood sprayed over his coat. All of this because of student debt. You know, it's a terrible thing, student debt. He fled as fast as his legs would carry him. Then Jigoku and I put Asugi's body back in the grave from which he just emerged. They didn't know if his death would be noticed. I mean, that's fair. When I later learnt of the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear of two things. Never to remove the professor's mask, never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with Asugi's corpse. So, now you know what really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night. It was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asugi in the end, you see. He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger. And just before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassination exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request. So you coerced him too, using what happened in the graveyard? By that time, Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if it came to light that he'd murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that. How do you sleep at night? Comfortably, of course. These past 10 years, I've fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld, and I have used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reigns.
Objection!
That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all. How dare you? I saved Clint von Zeeks from dishonor and his death.
Objection!
Whilst behind the scenes you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then you made my father take the blame. It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order. Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. Setting the defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more. That's enough! Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire. Our court can't function without a Reaper. Can't you see all I've done is for this country? This has been my struggle.
Objection!
You've done nothing. It's Lord von Zeeks who's worked tirelessly and justly in court, whilst enduring the disgrace of the Reaper's name. And Inspector Gregson fought with anguish for having sullied his hands through the desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Asugi, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth you tried to hide. No, the dark recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you. You little... When will you get it through your thick skulls? That it was all for Queen and country. I'm tiring of that excuse. You consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power, to make others do your bidding, nothing more. People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again. Damn! Get him! Get him, Naruhodo! All the fireballs launch from the jury and land on him, and he catches fire. Uh-oh. Well, well, well. Dear me, my good fellows, dear me! A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for quite a marvelous performance. What are you talking about? Those delightfully grave expressions, that beautifully pronounced Queen's English. Really, our friends from the Far East are quite the picture of... It's so hard to read over. Of industriousness. Fraud. Keep your mockery. Please, don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you've both said. What are you trying to say? Can't clap. I've occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld. Damon Gant moment, yep. And how did you put it? Done nothing? I confess it's a little embarrassing to have it point out quite so starkly, but yes, I really have done nothing. Which means I've done everything. I can't be indicted for nothing. I can be indicted for nothing. No. What? It's true. Personally, I have committed no crime. I've merely been surrounded by fools who have acted very rashly indeed. You can't get away with that. You consistently preyed on people's weaknesses. And what? Threatened them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? I would like to address all the good lords and ladies and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. You all know that these darker recesses of our great capital, and deep down I believe you also know, that to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. You see, I actually have a piece of Xehanort in me. His eyes turn yellow and his skin gets darker. Aha! This was all Kingdom Hearts from the beginning! So let me appeal to your good senses now. Consider this situation with me. If this catalog of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? To learn that the infamous murders of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself. Oh, this is a good story. That evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amid secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak. That the Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector. And finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself. The general public of Britain knew the truth. All faith in the police and the prosecutor's office would be completely lost. Without a doubt. Public order in the capital would completely break down. We'd be cast back to the lawless days of the last century. Precisely. As it was 100 years ago when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think what we've accomplished since then. A public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. And if we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. No, this actually makes sense. You've successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. That is all that was expected of this trial. All these other matters that have been discussed will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings in the interest of preserving law and order. To protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords, ladies, and gentlemen, what do you say? He has a point. The things Lord Strongar has done is quite unforgivable. But on the other hand, Isn't it our duty to maintain law in the capital? You can't deny the threat of the Reaper over the years has done wonders for the crime rate. And by means or foul, it's all thanks to Lord Strongheart. Oh no. So we're not done yet. Are you hearing this? This is the will of the British judiciary. For your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the record shall be erased. I have to respect the man's ability to turn a situation to his favor. Lord Strongheart really is a master of manipulation. We've conclusively proven his guilt, yet still he manages to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do. Ryunosuke! It looks like the trial really is going to come to an end. I'm almost out of options, I think. There's really only one path left open for me. There's an rejection, use evidence, wait and see. Ah, fuck! Ah, shit! Ah, God! Critical times like this, I've always found myself thinking it's best to wait and see what happens. I can't help feeling that perhaps you've missed countless opportunities as a result. How? How could you possibly know my life has been one long list of missed opportunities? And let us never have this discussion again. Bailiff, sequester the minutes of the trial. But trigger the best scene in the series? Ah, not so fast, my lord. The defense has evidence to present. So I was tricked? You're always tardy, counsel. I have no sympathy for your tardiness. The resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo's materializes a fraction too late again. If you're not Mr. Naruhodo, I certainly won't object if you decide to make perhaps a wiser choice now. Yes, right. A wise choice. Of course. Here it comes. Well, damn. As I know only too well, the only thing that carries the weight in the court is hard evidence. Sure. But Mr. Naruhodo, what evidence is there to use at this stage in the trial? That's a good fucking question, Susato. I don't have the answer for that, but I'm gonna bullshit anyway. I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but... if there was ever a time for using this particular item... Oh, we have among the evidence it's now. Okay.
Take that!
You have the bullshit button. I've used it. I'm like, yes, Mr. Sholmes asked you if you had it with you earlier. You'll expose all of Lord Strongheart's wrongdoing now. I've no doubt that Mr. Sholmes has already deduced exactly how the truth would unfurl. So I think it must be time for the greatest detective to take center stage, don't you? Yes, absolutely. Let's take the hair by the ear then, and a heave! Alright, heave! Ow, 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 ow! My dear fellow, must I remind you every time, a gentle tug will suffice. Mr. Sholmes, you're looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo, because I'm over here! Ah! Mr. Naruhodo, he's... Did this motherfucker just hologram in? What the fuck age are we in? It's Mr. Sholmes! I wasn't expecting you back, Sholmes. Delighted to be here again, Lord Strongheart. What is the meaning of this? Bailiff, seize him! Put the man in irons! This is a closed court. You've been warned once already, man. What? We can't get hold of him, my lord. We just go right through him. god, he's got Ultra Instinct. I'm afraid your efforts are wasted, you see. The great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow. An image, if you will. Now I'm over here, Mr. Naruhodo. I must congratulate you on fine deductions. Mr. Sholmes? What on earth is... Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as a telephone? Well, yes, I hear some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo. The sound of the speaker's voice is converted into electrical signals and transmitted instantly to another place. Quite. Sounds are transmitted, so could not images keep them company, I am mused? Iris and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day. I do believe it will leave me impotent, though. Shame. Modest experimentations, Mr. Sholmes. What a modest description. And somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit an entire scene. Somewhat incidentally. Mr. Sholmes, now you're being immodest. Do you mean to say you're not actually here, Sholmes? I think that's the point. I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept. Except he's grasping the stand so steadily to steady himself in shock survival. Lo and behold, they're in the timeline where holograms were invented in the 19th century. Yep. And yet in like 2018, inside of the Ace Attorney world, they're still using like flip phones and VCRs and shit. Turned his kidneys into marshmallows when he made his hair red. It can't get any worse. You know, sure. Poor father. I would have hoped he might have been forewarned, being the great detective's great partner. Leave my courtroom at once. Get out, or I swear to you. Dear me, you on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I'm not here. Which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking, where exactly are you? The very question I was awaiting. I am at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden. Garden? Not just any garden, you understand. In the garden at Buckingham Palace. Uh-oh. It's the Queen! What? You can't be. Buckingham Palace? At Buckingham Palace, Mr. Sato? I've never heard of it. Do you ever read the news, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? Is Iris with you there? Well now, Iris is currently enjoying some tea with Her Majesty. Her Majesty? Not just any Her Majesty, you understand? Her Majesty, the Queen of the British Empire. What? The only way to stop someone abusing absolute authority is to snitch on someone with more absolute authority. Yep. What on earth is this all about? Buckingham Palace? Is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo? Order! Order in the courts! I demand immediate silence! Her Majesty the Queen? You can't be. I mean, no! This is some sort of unforgivably distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective, that's all. Unforgivably distasteful trickery? That's an apt description. The closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presume Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings. So, I decided to show her everything, from start to finish. What? The rabbit's also a receiver, huh? You showed her? Indeed. By dint of Herlock Sholmes' remote cinematograph. You meddling... This is some kind of nightmare. Just as I appeared by standing before you, regaling you with talk of my latest invention. No doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean... Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assumed there would be no objection after all. Every trial in this country is conducted under the, auspice of Her Majesty, as you know. You. I confess, I'm quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion. about the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years. No! I was merely... Oh, so sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and... Vicky. She nicknamed the queen. Vicky and I had so much to talk about. Iris! Here you are! In fact, I have a little message from her. They didn't want to model the queen. A message? Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably, ahem. Forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to male Stronghearts is hereby revoked forevermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days. So it seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all. The best breakdown in entire series incoming. Oh, here we go. Get fucked. Signed, Vicky. Male Strongheart. The darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future, because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and of Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal. Do it justice, Big. I'll do my best. Adjourned! 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 Court is adjourned! No, my stick. The heaviest guilty. Oh, 7's in the chat. He's gonna die just like that one guy. That's a tall O. Lord Clint von Zeeks left a will in which he confessed to everything. Oh god, look at his eyes. When those words came out of Asugi's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the damn document. I searched his cell, but it wasn't there. Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume. What do you mean? The need to obtain that will was all-consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Asugi's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere on his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt. I wish Iris was sitting up in the judge's chair. Magnus McGilded, yeah. What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me. I'm sorry, Lord von Zeeks. In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case. Sorry? How can that be? There is more to his last will and testament. What? As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Barak, you've always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deed should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, nor could for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness. Asagi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I've confessed my sins to my wife, and she may find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint von Zieks. Clint. Male Strongheart, you colluded with Sashiro Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans. You cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set about that now, a whole decade later? To ascend to the very peak. These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough, short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General. I could have no real power to effect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I need to ensure no remnants of the past remained. How could you? I like everything to run smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine. And I was just a step away. For your ambition to succeed, did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed? Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something? Such as, you very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. I forgot. So much shit happened, I forgot. However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. Hey, there he is. May I suggest, therefore, that we entrust the final education to an old friend. My lord. As a member of the judiciary, I have been following the proceedings from the gallery. And I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today. Judge the judge. Judge the judge. Judge Santa Claus is here. The darkness that has blighted justice in our land these past 10 years has at last been dispelled, thanks, in no small part, to the efforts of a bright young star from the east. Defense Counsel Naruhodo? Yes, my lord. On behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks. You're too kind, my lord. First time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now. I had the faintest of intimations that if British justice, so wrapped and twisted over this long history, was finally to no change, this might just be the man to do it. What? But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred for the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo? Allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent. Oh, Lord von Zieks. When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody, certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Kazuma Asuki, who's still going to be on the couch after all this, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever patient judicial assistant, Mr. Sato, who helped me to study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord von Zieks, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning, who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes. Aha! An ace attorney, if you will. A great ace attorney, if you will. Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo. What a relief! I'm well aware that without all these people, without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. The truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness. Not always happiness. I lived by that principle for a long time now. It's actually not true. Oh, well, there you go. The truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair. And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively even. But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And from there it grows, until eventually it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. Oh, I must excuse myself now. But before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus. Grand opus. What? Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting Britain's justice system has been silenced. Thank you very much. So, until our paths cross again somewhere. Well then, it would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end. Hold it! Damn it! My apologies for any anxiety I caused, my lord. I'm quite sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Barak von Zieks. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant, Barak von Zieks, not guilty. Yay, fireworks. Ooh. That is all. Court is adjourned. We did it. We did it. It really is all over. Did I sacrifice too much? Mr. Naruhodo. I really must congratulate you. It was truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you. Oh, thank you very much. But I really couldn't have done it without you at my side through all of it, Mr. Zato. Oh! Your kind words mean so much. Ah! Really was a splendid show, that, Naruhodo. I'd have thought that you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum. Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict. But in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure if that's what a lawyer ought to be doing. Oh well, in that case, I'm quite sure that when you see Lord von Zieks' smiling face, everything will seem much better. Yeah, he's so known for that. There it is. Look at that smiling face. Mr. Sato, everything seems worse. His face is like thunder. Oh dear, I really shouldn't have presumed. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Almost a year it's been now since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse. For you to have risen to the level of excellence you demonstrated today. Well, it's quite remarkable. But I exposed the most unpalatable truth that you could ever have imagined in court today. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you held so dear. Ha, you'd think they'd make a whole new sprite of him smiling just for that part? No. What was it he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. That was just the feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made fine work of establishing that fact in court today. Oh, well, thank you. What magnanimous words. I'm quite sure that Kazuma-sama would have a smile on his face at the very moment if he were here too. Kazuma. There he is. Mr. Sato. There's another face like thunder here. Oh my, and he really was here. Lord Von Zeeks. Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal. Congratulate me, or curse me. You failed to bring down the Reaper. That's not true! I owe you an apology. No. It is I who should apologize. Your father, Genshin. If I had been stronger, then perhaps I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse. And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth. For at the least, I cannot withhold respect. Your words mean more to me than you could know. I will hold them dear. Kazuma-san. I must say, am I still supposed to sleep on the couch, Ryu? Yes. Damn it. He looks like this. There's one thing that's still bothering me. What's that? The will that Lord Clint Von Zeeks wrote before his duel with my father. Asugi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final 2 wishes. First, his document survives, and the second, I cannot commit to paper. Kazuma sleeps on Von Zeek's couch now. You've been replaced. I've confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Von Zeeks. What can the second of his final wishes have been? That your father agreed to honor, you mean? I think perhaps I might be able to shed some light on that. What? Father? It was 10 years ago, as you know, the day before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? If you'd only agree to it, Toshiro and I would gladly pension the government. We've been through this already. Don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Yuji, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance. You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done. I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once, in secret, telling no one. You should find a lady of the gentry in hiding there. A lady of the gentry? She's in no good way. She's with child. The birth is imminent. He's got a fucking nephew or niece. One of the two. As a medical man, I'd like you to attend to her. Please. You're her only hope. By any chance, is the child yours, Genshin? Don't be daft. Is the baby pink hair? Did the baby have pink hair? Is Iris actually Barak's niece? Triggering sound incoming. BRB. I'm gonna do schoolwork. Oh, okay. It's a favor that was asked of me by a man I knew as his dying wish. My goodness. I swore to the man that I would help. and I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. Yeah. But if something should happen to me, I need to ask you the same favor. You're the only person I know that I can truly rely on. What did you say? If something should happen to you? Tomorrow night, you're going to be... You'd never know, though, do you? Life will, what life will bring. Alright, then. Tell me the address. There once. No! Not with him. Pardon? This is a favor I'm asking of you. Only you, Eugen. Right, I see. Very well, then. That very night, I caught a train from Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. I found the old house in the middle of nowhere it was. The old hunting ground, the old hunting hound lay asleep on the grounds. Yep! The poor woman was on the floor at the back of a darkened room. She was in mortal danger. She broke her waters to precipitate the labor before she weakened further. But it was a torturous birth. I did everything humanly possible for her and her child. Iris is born. Iris is born. In the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, my efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn in my arms and wept for her longer than I care to remember. Absolutely refused to treat pregnancies after this. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. There was the precious little in it. Yeah, but in an old travel trunk caught my eye. It'd clearly been well looked over over the years, made of top quality leather and fine stitching. But it was when I saw the emblem on the side that everything dropped into place. Play B. B for Baskerville. Baskerville? You mean the woman was the wife of Lord Clint von Zieks? That's right. The newborn was her daughter. Or his daughter. Whoops. But that makes no sense. Why on earth wouldn't Clint have entrusted the child in my care in that case? I was completely unaware he had a daughter. I suppose he didn't really have a choice. What? Well, your brother had to... said he'd confessed everything to his wife. So she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. If the true identity of the professor were to ever have been made public, the girl would be forever branded as the daughter of an infamous mass murderer. Ah! So the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Von Zieks family as much as possible. I don't believe it. I imagine that in his final hour, Lord Clint von Zieks made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. I honored my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later I was summoned back to Japan. And without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me. Oh, how awful. I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend. I asked him if he would be a father to her. That being Mr. Sholmes, I presume. Yes. He took one look into my eyes and agreed on it on the spot. Mr. Sholmes has a heart of gold when he wants to. Really, all it can be said that I did for the child was give her a name. Oh. I had come to Britain. I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. So it was her name that I gave the little girl. Your wife's name, Professor Mikotoba, in other words. The name of my mother? Ayame Mikotoba? Oh! That's right. Ayame. Or in English, Iris. Iris. I had no idea. Ding dong. Ouch! Mr. Naruhodo, what's wrong? This little thing just pinched me on the behind through my trouser pocket. Hard. Ah, my dear fellows, can you hear me? Mr. Sholmes, is that you? Ding dong. Ouch! Yes, yes, we can hear you. See what excessive tugging can do? Let that be a lesson to you. Pulling it back, pulling it back! Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before, but you were simply marvelous. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius. Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel. It had become apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief Justice would require such measures. Runo! Susie! Oh, Iris! Oh, I'm so pleased. What a wonderful outcome. Her Majesty, Queen Vicky said she thought my special blend was delicious. Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews more delicious tea than you do, Iris. Lord Chief Injustice. Let's have a party to celebrate! And Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too. What? I'm afraid I couldn't. The Reaper of the Bailey, flustered by a 10-year-old girl. Again. No, really? Oh, pooh. But I give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude. Oh, how lovely. You promised me now. I won't let you forget. Bye-bye for now, then. All right, Iris. Thank you for all your help earlier. Oh, that was nothing. Just come back home soon. He needs to be alone with his thoughts. Yep. Uh-oh. Ouch! One final pinch goodbye, I guess. He's going to spoil the shit out of her. Oh, absolutely. Well, I think I ought to be leaving. Lord Von Zieks, would you care to accompany me? Certainly. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you've saved my life. Wait, Lord Von Zieks. What? Yes? What are you intending to do now? Well, clearly, I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office. Will you? I don't understand why. Sorry. Oh no! I intend to publicize the full truth about the prosecutor case. Once that's done, the Von Zieks family will be ostracized completely from London society. Surely not. So as soon as I am free from my employment, I shall leave the capital. Oh, I see. Don't be a fool. Are those the actions of the man who man once feared by the mighty, as the mighty Reaper of the Bailey? I beg your pardon. For the past 10 years, you've endured that pseudonym and been cast as one of the dark forces yourself. Now that you've finally been freed from that disrepute, your battle is just beginning, surely. Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I am properly here, and I intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. An imagined cottagecore bar. Kazuma Asagi. It seems as though he really matured suddenly. Yeah, now that he's not fucking just gutting for one person. He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. We must help Iris with tonight's dinner. We must! Alright, so we got a lot of post stuff to happen then, right? It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. Oh, we're going to get another You've Grown. Okay, then I'm going to take a very brief break to get some more to drink because my throat needs it, and I also need to pee again. So I will be right back. Let me get you guys some music. Alright, I'll be right back.
It's a useless waste of time. I don't care what's on your mind. The truth was never for us to find. We could lock arms all day, but really who cares what we say? We will be lost before we fade.
All I want is you. 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 Is you. All I want 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 is you.
Alright, I'm back. And I gotta say, I don't think I'll be doing repo after this. So we're probably gonna call it whenever we finally finish up everything that needs to be done. I'm home! Ah! By the time we got here, we've been waiting ages, Otto. What are you doing with that colorful piece of history? It's a party, ain't it? You gotta go off with a bang. I mean, fireworks, ideally. But when you ain't got fire, smoke is the next best thing, ain't it? There's a girl in Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think. That's true. There's some fireworks over on Fresno Street. Right. I'll remember that. You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak. You must hear this. It's quite the most extraordinary thing. I assure you, it will defy your expectations. Take down every detail now, Mikotoba. Ah, the world-famous great detective, regaling his partner with a tale of his adventure. Sight to behold. Do you care to hazard a guess? Where do you suppose the fiendish runaway had concealed himself? Would you believe? Inside the trunk I found abandoned in his cabin. Yeah, I would believe it, yes. I say, Mikotoba, I detect no hint of surprise. I wonder why that is, Maybe because I was there at the scene as well, Sholmes? What? You were? Then why the deuce didn't you say so before? Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. It's hard not to feel privileged to see it. Mr. Sholmes, Professor Mikotoba. Yeah, I'm finally back from the Bailey. Not a moment too soon. A feast prepared by Iris and Mr. Sato awaits. I must say, I haven't seen Sato look so happy in a very long time. Ah, Bruno, there you are. Dinner is on the table, everyone. Please come, do come and take a seat. Time to fill me boots. Goodness, is that really true, Gina? Yep, I'm losing me copper's cobbler and going back to what I know best. It's divers left for me. But you're leaving the police force? But why, Ginny? Well, the boss ain't around no more, so... Oh! And anyway, no matter how hard I try, that Reaper ain't never gonna accept a diver turned dick, is he? Well, people can change, you know. Ah, yes. That reminds me. I'd rather thoughtfully ordered to the... offered to relieve the bailiff of the now defunct piece of evidence. Eh? It's the inspector's pocket watch, and the crown has been reattached. That watch was his pride and joy, the symbol of his great achievement at Scotland Yard. 10 years without fail, it measured every second of the man's remarkable career. But now, it's stopped. Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive by taking on the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day again. Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit. It's gotta be me. There ain't no one else. Quite right. I mean, after all, the boss was... Well, he was my boss. Yes, Jenny. Yes, he was. Oh, yeah. I made you a promise and all, didn't I, Iris? I'd become a proper detective one day and track down your old man. Oh. Alright, then it's decided. I'll do it, and I swear I'll find your dad and bring him in kicking and screaming. Well, he won't be kicking or screaming. You know, because, you know, he might be just a tiny bit dead. I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate. Yeah, I think, Gina, that might be best. Well, I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Jenny. Eh? Just a wee bit dead. Iris? Well, obviously I was always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I wanted to know where I've come from. And thought it might tell me something about myself. But I've caused such a lot of trouble trying to find out for so many people. Hurley, Bruno, Professor Mickey. Oh no, not at all, my dear. Really? You owe no apology to anyone. Well, anyway, I've decided to give up on it because I finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. And I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree? Hurley? He just drops over dead from cuteness. Every word, Iris. No. Thank you, Hurley. Thank you, Daddy. I think Mikotoba. Yes, Sholmes. I think that I ought to express my gratitude to you. Oh? For 6 years, you and I resolved many a mystery together, and during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. And I should never have experienced it, were it not for you. You old softy, Sholmes. But I must confess, it's a weight off of my mind to hear you say it. Well then, I think that this calls for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say? Oh well, the food would go cold. That's the only problem. Maybe next week, Hurley. Ah, you sure a week is long enough, Iris? Nah. Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelations, returning in the evening to this suite of rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective, and my home too, with my greatest family. Ah! This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. I've certainly had some unforgettable experiences whilst I lived here. I think now the time has come. Time to bid this place farewell. Naruhodo. Oh, Professor. Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Susato's room. Yes, Susato went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about an important matter she needed to take care of. Ah, I see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier. Oh? With Iris, I mean. When the subject of her father came up. Lord Clint von Zieks. I made up my mind many years ago never to tell her who her real father was. It was agreed with Genshin, after all. Lord Clint von Zieks' final wishes before he died, you mean? Yes. I had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know? Calling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example. That's why? When I read Sosuke-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. You'd stumbled across the crux of that terrible case, the dog collar. The description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt. Baskerville. If you decided to investigate the insignia, sooner or later you'd have come to a conclusion with the Von Zieks. And to make matters worse, Susato knew of the unpublished story as well. The story that Iris had written based on my notes from the time. Ah yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. A dog with the Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Susato might arrive to the truth. So I invented that story of having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. All in aid of halting any investigations you and she might have been contemplating. I see. Something I'd never understood is why Susato came across the manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris's The Hound of Baskerville story, I mean. Sholmes sent it to me. It was before Susato left Japan. He was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I'd read it, and carelessly left it on my desk. Which is where Susato came across it, of course. Ah. And it was the only case Sholmes and I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. Excuse me. I was stunned when I discovered that Iris had pieced together so much of it from my paltry notes. Sholmes and I discussed the matter and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Sholmes for safekeeping. So you did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father. Thank you. That's right, because Sholmes had told me how astute she'd become. However, having witnessed events in court today, I must say my opinion has somewhat shifted. Oh? I think at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. And when it does, well, I believe it will be for the best. I think so too. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something too. Judging from that expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you? Yes, I have. Hello? I will be returning with you to Japan. Are you quite sure? I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma. But he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to say, I think. I see. Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February... Ah, the music! My becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. Kazuma, Susato-san, and Mr. Sholmes all gently pushing me in that direction. I spent the best part of the year immersed in this world, but always aware of a seed of doubt inside of me. Those outfits feel out of place. They're great. Shut up. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. This is his canon outfit. You can't tell me otherwise. I was totally focused, and I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized. No one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself. Path of a defense lawyer, eh? Yes, that's what I am now. And that's what I'll be going back with you to Japan as. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life. Well, it sounds like you've made quite a resolution there. I have. Very well then. I must say, it's extremely welcome news. Do a flip? Raph, but we're in the middle of a thing. Can't believe you would do this to me, Raph. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow, but I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days. I was worried that it would do a thing. Here comes the flip! Here I go! Flip. What does this do? So, it should be in the explanation of it. I'm pretty sure to put a description. But anytime you redeem do a flip, one of two things are done. If I can somehow do a flip in the game, I do a flip. If I can't do a flip in the game, then I spin my model around. Now, with this, the symposium having been canceled, such a shame. Never mind. I'm sure there'll be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I'll bid you good night. I do have legs. I have a whole ass model. Susato-san? I just wanted to let you know I'm back. How long were you there? Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing? I have two legs. I'm sorry, I did. Yes, I couldn't help but... Oh, how much did you hear? Well... From the part about Iris's real father, I think. In other words, from the beginning. So you've made up your mind. You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer? Yeah. Multiple models. I have one model with multiple outfits. Like, I've got this outfit. And I've got this outfit. And that's all I've got. I wish I could afford extra models, but I can't because I'm poor. Ah, yes. I'm sorry. I really should have consulted with you about it. I did want to earlier this evening, actually, but you'd already gone out. Oh no, it's quite all right. I already knew that this is what you'd decide, Naruhodo-san. You did? The Zelda one is unironically better. That was my first model based off of like old drawings, but it was like I didn't have a real theme going, if you know what I mean. I like my old outfit. I like it a lot. I think it's good, but I also wanted to be pirate themed. Susato-san. Yes. I suppose it means that this means it has to be farewell soon. I suppose. He'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit greatly having a brilliant judicial assistant by his side. Aww. Be Wind Waker or Phantom Hourglass then? There's way more Zeldas than just that. I'll do my very best. I wish I could say it, but I just can't. I can't ask her to come with me. After all, she was always supposed to be coming to Britain in as Kazuma's assistant. It's growing late. Nah, we should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today. No. Those are the main pirate ones? Ah, well, no, the want to be pirate came from my love of One Piece. But I suppose if I had to choose, I would choose Wind Waker because Phantom Hourglass isn't very good. Like, it's okay. It's not terrible, but it's not great. Oh yes, you're right. Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really are quite splendid in court today. So if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or a locum should be ashamed of themselves. Susato-san. Thank you. Aww. We need to get the judicial system changed in Japan so she can be a lawyer right next to us. So that she can go off and prosecute trials because fucking So all of the cases in this game were pretty fucking great. I'm not gonna lie, but nothing is gonna just beat out the hilarity and the fun that came from the first case in this game. And playing as Susato pretending to be Naruhodo's like distant cousin. Can't believe the day's finally come. No, baby, don't cry. You're really leaving then, Runo? I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea. The lesbian case. Yes! It was good. It was fun. Oh, I wish you weren't going. But you have to come back and visit. Say you will. Of course. I promise. I mean, the plane is going to be invented in like 2 years with the way that technology is going in this fucking world. Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it's a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while, at least, it felt like old times. Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while. I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think. Alright, Iris, you do that. There's beans!
Susato-san.
Oh, voice acting.
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board.
Yay!
Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off,
I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
No, I didn't want to see him. He's still on the couch.
Ryunosuke.
Damn it, get on the couch!
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
Do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital, but,
Didn't go that way.
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
You're gonna
Me
stay a
too.
prosecutor?
but, we're both defense lawyers, so,
I'm going to become a prosecutor.
God
I'll stay
damn
in
it.
Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being. Before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
Alright, Susato, you're
I
coming
see.
back with us. You don't need a judicial
Actually,
assistant.
Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
name it.
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Kazuma? Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me. The demon that reared its ugly head that day.
Audio issues? Oh no!
It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector. But it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him. I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me until the end of my days. While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor,
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
It's on YouTube and Twitch? I don't know what's going
until
on.
I'm ready to face the demon within me,
It might be your
to
internet.
slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care. If you'll take it.
On multiple devices? I don't know. I mean, it
Of
could be your
course I will.
internet for all I know.
I'll
Does
keep it
anybody
by
else
my
have an
side.
issue?
Always.
Like, it sounds fine to me, but I'm not listening to my own streams right now. He said resolve.
Until we meet again, then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san? The path you're going to follow from now on. I wonder if I might follow it at your side.
Ah!
Unless I'd be a burden.
Ah! It's a little goofy for me too. I
I
don't know
mean,
what's going on.
I would very much like you to come with me.
Whoa.
But aren't you...
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
You mean you knew about this?
Can't get off the couch now.
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? Or when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba?
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes. I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. but I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Of course.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
Try to change some laws in Japan to let her in the courtroom.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me, I'd be delighted.
No, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me.
Yeah.
Ah! What's wrong?
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
Ah!
It is?
She's gonna come back no matter what.
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
Somebody has to.
Bruno, your ship's about to leave.
No, the baby's got a voice.
Time to go then. Look after yourself, Ryunosuke.
Kazuma, draw your sword.
The tip
One
is still
day,
broken.
and our paths cross once more. We'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that. Partner,
Gayest shit I've ever seen. God, I can't believe they cross swords. On Twitch. I'm gonna get banned. God damn it, you guys didn't tell me I was gonna get banned.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
as if I could. Ryunosuke.
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude. Especially when I visit you in your country. What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Bitch, you better.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes, would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes.
You know, until you start committing stupid stuff.
That sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
Yeah! Bring the baby.
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
See, this opens up so much stuff to
And
be
that
done.
brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain. A peculiar twist of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next?
Too bad we got on the SS Titanic.
Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London.
Sorry.
And when we're together again. No doubt, the first words I'll hear will be,
Come, the game is afoot.
The ship, with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon. But Sholmes's
To
face
cry.
was alight with joy. The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson. We have but to gently close our eyes And we are with our companions.
Nah.
So I do just
that.
And
when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
Objection!
Ah,
Till we meet again, Runo.
yeah. Good game. I feel like there's so much stuff they can do with this. There's like, yes, this is a conclusion to this particular storyline, but you could definitely create some new storylines with it. It's a question of whether or not Shutakumi wants to, of course. I've been thoroughly inundated with inquiries about something. I am no purveyor of electoral goods. Promised to close court. Anyway, I've decided an absence from London is in order. As Surgeon Empire of Japan, perhaps. I wish these weren't like this. I understand that wardrobe class incurs no charges. He's just gonna jump in the wardrobe? It's not Shutakumi writing it, I don't want it. That's what I'm saying. I think this is purely one that's for Shutakumi. I gave a little note to Hurley the other day. It just said, "Thank you for everything, Daddy." Aww. But it made Hurley cry. And I gave him some lotion I'd invented as well to dye his hair red safely. And he said that it might make him cry too, so he'd rather not use it. In those days when I was known as the Reaper, I felt your presence at my side. Once, unable to bear the burden of that grim pseudonym, I even retired from the courtroom. Despite everything, I still wear your prosecutor's badge with pride. For the darkness that once beset me is no more, and as to you, Naor. In the words of the young foreign friend, I must stride forward toward a brighter future. Boss left a note for me, you know, and I can read every word now, A to Z. Cleared a load of stuff up. The boss was trying to protect me, see? And that's exactly what me and Chief Inspector Toby here are gonna keep doing for Londoners. I only wish I could have said how grateful I was before he, you know. Yeah. Last time we get to see Barak. Goodbye, Barak. Until some maybe future game. Who knows? Gina, the truth is, I'm not the upstanding fellow that you think I am. You might be a diver at heart, but it's a good heart. You've reminded me I needed to be true to myself. I've got one more job to take care of before it's ta-ta to London for something town for the foreseeable. And then, I've got to complete your education in the art of deduction, a la Gregson, as they say. Ah! Oh yeah, I'm sure we'll see him in some of the escapade stuff. There's no way they wouldn't bring him back. Your Excellency, this man is accused of illegal entry into the office of... Objection! Objection! This overstatement overruled. The minister has been detained with Britain. Who is this caddish counsel for the defense? The woman is forbidden! Oh, really? My friend Susato-san is in the British courtroom all the time. They're doing a wonderful job. Perhaps I should have engaged the service of a regular legal team. Is he on trial? Why would you go to somebody who wasn't a legal team, dude? What are you doing? Oh, no. Mama, is it true about Japanese people? They're experts at filleting corpses? Yes, they are. Fish corpses, on the whole. I'd like to hone my own filleting skill. You don't mind, do you, Mama? Yes, I do. I'm not a corpse yet, am I? No. And I'm glad. Ah, yay. Dear Maria, what is a MILF? Why do I keep seeing that told to me on the street? Hey! Here I am again in Great Britain on the invitation of my dear old university friend. He sent me a very nice letter saying he'd like to show me around now that everything is settled. But what have I done? I'm so excited I picked this splendid hotel and now I can't afford the bill! Oh, Barak, come to my rescue again, please. I wish I could just vanish. Still want that drawn. What, the Maria thing that you just said? When I went to make a waxwork impression of the killer in the cemetery, I realized what had happened. But even in the witness stand of the highest court in the land, I could never speak of it. The Lord Chief Justice and I had struck a bargain, you see. For a faithful reproduction of the visage, there's nothing we Tuspels would do. Ah, so that's the deal she made. Everyone calls me gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to passers-by, you know? Everyone calls me Peppino, and I sell the spaghetti, and more red. Everyone, they call me? No, I cannot do it. This is ridiculous. Oh, Dally, how charming. You've made lots of new friends here, I see. Yes, and when we're released, we're all going to strike it rich. They're working together. Actually, this may be juicy fanfic material for her. Oh. When I was accepted on a foreign study tour, I knew exactly what my path had to take. However, it might have ended. I knew that I wanted to see you there to see it. If I ended up on the dock, there's no one I would have rather had defending me. But now, thanks to you, there's a new path I want to take. I'm sure we'll meet again in the courtroom, my friend. Until then, I leave Kuruma in your care. Yeah. The next game would be us constantly, like, showing him up in court and him getting more and more mad about it. That'd be funny. I'm not gonna lie. I've made some tea, Naruhodo-san. It's important that you rest whilst you can. Once we arrive in Japan, you shall be busy establishing your new office. I'm so delighted to be accompanying you. After all, your talent has been recognized by a great detective. Because you really are the greatest of lawyers. The great ace attorney, well, some might say. There it is. Get a room. They have a room. Excuse me. Picture. Ah, the cat! Yeah! Kitten! They're in the wrong outfits. Those aren't the canon outfits. Where are their canon outfits? Where's Chinosuke? It's a good game. This really is a good game. And okay, gets to be part of the fam, but Mark doesn't. Nope. There's more cats. What was I trying to say? Oh yeah, there's definitely plenty that can still be done with this concept, but if I'm not mistaken, like from what I understand, when it comes to these particular characters and this setting, I believe that Shutakumi has full control, or at least has the paramount of control, meaning, you know, he's the one who's the most able to do stuff with it. So I would think if another game comes, it would be something that he'd have to come up with and actually pen the story for and all of that. I would hope that in the future, if we do get another like mainline Ace Attorney game, that we definitely get these characters brought up in order like to establish just establish them within the timeline a little bit more. But yeah, I would love to see another great Ace Attorney game for sure. No, the balloon. This is fully canon, but it'd be nice to see them acknowledged. Exactly, that's what I mean. Like, I'm not saying that they aren't canon. Obviously they are, because they're penned by the exact same guy and connected to the universe. What I'm saying is I'd love to see them acknowledged in a future game. Yes. Just as something of being like, oh yeah, no, that's my great-great-grandfather or whatever. Need more Barok. Now! He's coming. I'm sure he'll be here in a minute. Look at the boyfriends! Toby! There he is! He's little! Oh, is that why Sholmes left? Because he was going to show up dancing with Gitoba? That was good. The fucking clap coming out at the same time. Damn. You just busting it down. Yeah, damn right he is. Are they gonna cross swords again? Do I need to censor this? Oh god. No, wait! No! Damn it, I'm banned again! Absolute cinema. Strongheart was like insane. That whole last trial was nuts. Come on, Capcom. Greenlight another Ace Attorney written by Shutakumi. Whatever kind he wants to do. Just let him do it. It's insane and it's stupid, but let him do it. Say Gex. What? We're not playing Gex? Finn! Everything but Gex is Gex. Good game. Ah, how cute. They're running in opposite directions. Woo! Alright, let's see some extra stuff. Bam, bam, bam. Accolades. So these are the escapades that you were talking about, but before that, before we do any escapade stuff, honestly want another one of these more than Ace Attorney 7. I mean, if Shutakumi comes back and writes Ace Attorney 7, then we could possibly see like a transport back into the past for something. Is there... Yeah, look at all the concept work. Oh! He used to look so much more like... He used to look so much more like Phoenix! That's great. We got robbed of glasses. Ah, that would have been great if he had glasses. I love glasses. Glasses are good. I'd recommend checking the notes on the Shomes album or emblem. I'm gonna fuck around with a lot of stuff. Okay. I guess this was the original badge idea before they went with this one. Susato. Aww. She was always smaller. Shomes! I love how everybody has a symbol. He's got his gun. It's got little attachments. Huh. I guess there was a time where he was going to be a bit more involved with his gadgets, but they didn't really play with him much. Ooh. More steampunk aesthetic, what with the top hat. The baby! Look at her, she's so small. Oh, she almost had a different hairstyle. That's very cute. Did the Von Zeke's album on my arm once and kept redrawing it so it stayed longer. You could just get a tattoo. There's someone use voice lines. Ah! Look at her, she's so cute. Ah, Cosma. We got robbed of Cosmo with glasses too. Damn it! Give everybody glasses. Give them. There's Baby Boy. Oh my god, he could have looked edgier. Ah! Blonde Von Zeeks. Oh my god. He went through a lot of designs for these guys. Oh no. I wish we had the bird feather outfit. No. That's so good. Miscellaneous. I like it. Oh. This is... Oh, okay. He almost didn't have a mustache, guys. Maybe not the goofy ass hat, but but everything else. No, goofy ass hat is also needed. This is so good. I love like looking at the concept art. I forgot she had a kitten. That's him younger. That's one thing I kind of like didn't appreciate, like in the flashback stuff, is I wish they would have made him actually younger. What the fuck? I will call the card in order in respect to the 15 years of Ace Attorney. Oh. Oh. If you were, if I had a clue where I was. It's pretty cool. In the Empire, Japan, Meiji era. Oh, what? It's like a long time ago, right? Maybe we'll meet some of our ancestors. Man, seriously, could you be any less surprised? It would seem that some sort of time warp has taken place, but no matter. So, about the prosecution, are you ready to proceed? Well, the thing is, I'm actually a defense lawyer. He met his great-great-grandfather. So he should be stand for the prosecution. I think perhaps he means the powers that to be dictated. I don't think I'm being rude, Mr. Prosecutor, but who exactly are you? You seem strangely familiar. Interesting. I was just thinking the same thing. It's hard to explain, but it's almost as if I know you as well as I know myself. I think the fastest way to resolve this is to have you both introduce yourselves. That's right, and they actually use Phoenix Wright. Oh, I thought you might share a surname or something. You could be brothers, couldn't you? That means you have the same spikiness. I think I might remember if I had a long lost brother, Mr. Sato. I remember. Being told if there was an attorney named somewhere in my family tree. Eh? He shared a surname once, and Gramps over there is one of my ancestors. What? I think you should call your she just called you a grandfather, Mr. Naruto. I suddenly feel very old. Then that must mean you standing beside him. You must be one of my ancestors. Pardon? You're dignified and ladylike and, well, basically my ideal ancestor. You're great something. I'm a judicial assistant, Mr. Sato Mikatoba, I'm afraid. Eh? In other words, a total stranger. Just can't catch a break. I mean, wow, that's a bitter disappointment. I hope you can forgive me. Oh, I can fix this. You can become an honorary ancestor of the Fei clan. So Sato Fei. Well, it does have a certain ring to it, I'm sure, but I think we might have just heard the most illogical request in history. But it really does have such an awesome ring to it, Susato Fei. The trial will discuss the 15th anniversary of the Ace Attorney that's being celebrated this year. 15th anniversary? You better believe it. The very first Ace Attorney was released in 2011 or 2001. God damn! A bunch of stuff this year. In January, we put up a huge event. This was it's 2017. It said a special trial. Hold it! People are meant to make a small observation. Sure, what is it? Driving home the impressiveness of that long history was the intention. And you should have been celebrating more than 100 years since Mr. Naruhodo's birth. More than 100 years! That's impressive. It just makes me feel impressively old. Court bows down before your ancient wisdom. I think we started to worship you. Let's try not to mention the Meiji era again. Ah! It is Ace, right? Hold it! TV? Anime? What on earth are you talking about? Stop half explaining things.
説明してもらおうじゃありませんか。100年の壁は
Hundreds
分
of years
厚い
of
みたいだな。
terrifying chasm of bridge. It's a bridge.
あと今年は
Another interesting development this year wasn't there?
オーケストラコンサート
Ah!
なんと9年ぶりだったそう
I
で
thought the Judge
10
Santa
分の感動があったよね。私泣いちゃったもん。
may Claus may recognize Ryu. He's not that old.
オーケストラ。
コンサート？
It's not that far back.
交響楽団の演奏会ですか。
Ay!
なら先祖でもわかりますね。
ベートーベン様、モーツァルト様、バッハ様。素敵でございます。
They might be a little dead. Well, I've never heard the last one, but sure, you get the idea.
この頃の何でも漢字で書いちゃえ。
I think it's Bach. Things. What's her name in Japan?
確かにね。シェイクスピアがサオだっけ。
じゃあ、なるほどくんは差し詰め、なるおだね。
Nah.
沖縄やめようか。
Like, oh, for old man? No thanks.
なるよ。
そしてつい先日8月3日
August 3rd, guys. That's coming up.
大日本帝国国民待望の大逆転裁判2ついに発売
Wait, was this also the announcement of the second game? Huh? Thank you very much, Your Excellency.
いやー、僕たちもしっか
I
り
really enjoyed that one. What a story.
私だって。
It's so moving, I was blown away.
あ、そうだね。何しろ。すべての謎が今解き明かされましたから。
Yeah. And we tied them all up. Ah!
あれ？
You
ど
okay?
うかしましたか？
You touched a nerve, that's all.
この数年、強烈な重圧だったもので。
ご先祖様の方にも
Ancestor went through rather a lot, you see.
何しろ
All started with our great forefathers after all.
わけですいやはやありがたやありがたや
意義あり。お言葉ですが、裁判長のただいまの発言は完全に矛盾しています。
なんですとどういうことですか
You for older people to not understand loan words.
気になっ
Gotcha.
ていたんですけど、ご先祖様、ある種やけに滑らかに動いてますよね。あれ、そうかな。
It's 3D!
それです。
確かに。なるほどくん、机を叩くのにパカパカと絵が
There's only 2 frames.
ちなみに意義ありはどんな感じですか？意義あり。意義あり。さすがにそれは嘘でしょ。とにかくこのパカパカっぷり。こっちこそが先祖であり元祖の気分です。
Ah!
反論
Ah! That's good.
お互い
Oh, that's good.
であり、そして元祖であると。それは時空がねじれるのも無理はございませんね。
それで
Ah.
はそろそろ閉廷の時間です
それで僕たちどうやって帰ればいいのですか？21世紀に。
明治の街をブラブラして時間を潰すというのはいかがでしょう。
That's the long way around.
大帝都東京は華やかですから、100年なんてあっという間ですよ。どうやら何としてもあの一言を僕に言わせる流れみたいですね。
おお、先祖と元祖、夢の共演だね。それでは逆転裁判のさらなる発展を祈って皆様もご一緒に。せーの。
意義あり。マユンちゃん止めて。時代は回る。きっとそういうことですね。
Ah!
それではまたどこかでお会いいたしましょう。
That's really good. That's really funny. I love that they just spin him around. This is so good. Ah, that was cute. That was really cute. Oh my god. Okay, so just because I'm getting tired, how long are these? And are there just ones that we want to do specifically? Like, just which ones are important? Because I don't think I have the energy to do what looks like will be hours of, like, escapades. These are about 5 to 10 minutes. All right. I don't know how much more energy I have left is what I'm saying. The last one is funny? Okay. And the first of 8 escapades, Ryunosuke finds 2 troublemaking witnesses from his earlier trial having a battle of words in the defendant's antechamber, leading to a real tongue lashing. Include spoilers for the first game. I already did it. We beat it. It's in the playlist. If you haven't seen it, go back to the beginning. Just look at my priceless treasure now. Myself I have scrubbed and scrubbed, but the relentless odor of meat will never repel it from its splendid surface again. You have had it back in your possession at least. You should be grateful, old man. How dare you! Excuse me, but I'd like to get that Zobon cushion there if I could. Rest assured, you miserable military malefactor, this is not over. Incarceration awaits those who would defraud a senior citizen of his priceless treasures. Watch your tongue, old man. Mark my words, I won't. Sorry, Sergeant, but could I just get that Zobon cushion there as well? Huh? Oh. I won't go to jail, never! Imagine if I did! The very next day, my boy would starve without a chain of command in place to provide for him. Having the child to protect yourself by using the child. Myself, I call that an obstinate cowardice. Oh, really? And who just employed the old poor defenseless senior citizen tact. Only way to fight an enemy is to use underhanded tact. Using underhanded tactics is tit for tat. Sorry for interrupting again, but I just need to get that Western style cushion there on the sofa. Enough with the insubordination. What do you want, man? Oh, please, don't mind me. Aha! Do my eyes deceive me? Or is this a wide-eyed criminal from the trial before? Wide-eyed, perhaps, but criminal? No. What is this unhealthy fascination you exhibit with seating arrangements of others, huh? Or were you peering under the cushion of this unupholstered seat? Oh, well, the thing is... Any luck? Did you find it? No, sadly not. I don't think it's here, Kazuma. You really are a liability, Ryunosuke. Report! At once! Have you lost something? Is that it? Yes. We were just on our way to a party to celebrate my friend's victory here when... I realized that my university pin badge was missing. University pin badge, you say? Yes, from my collar here, you see. Affirmative. Uniform must be kept in prime condition at all times. The missing badge is unacceptable. But if I looked around, I would probably turn up somewhere. Like the old tale of the Koban coin and the stake. A parable of which I am acutely aware. But I've exhausted my search now, really. The only logical conclusion is that someone must have stolen it. Don't look at me! I don't just find any old metal objects irresistible, you know? Imagine what would happen if the little trooper audio here swallowed something like that. I'm afraid we'll have to give up, Ryunosuke. Still, if you tell the office your student number, they should be able to issue a new one. What's the matter? Don't tell me. Yeah, I don't remember my student number. I don't believe it. I mean, this is the second time you've lost your badge, isn't it? Third, actually. Yeah, if you don't think you could remember it, you should have made a note of it somewhere. I told you that until I blew in the face the last time this happened. Ah, yes, I do seem to remember someone telling me something along those lines. It was you, wasn't it? I can't even remember who told you that you needed to remember it. Well, student numbers are 6 digits, Kazuma. Who could remember 6 whole digits? Yumai isn't exactly a long-established university, you know. All our numbers are still rather low. In fact, they only use the last 3 digits. Well, that might help, I suppose. That might help? Ryunosuke, it's only 3 digits you need to remember. Just 3! Sorry, my brain is such a disappointment. Yes, well, anyway, young man, I was greatly impressed with you in your courtroom today. Oh, you mean me? A lawyer already, before you even graduated. Such a loyal friend to this one. S1? What's that supposed to mean? Remember my 6-digit ID for over 15 years? I don't remember mine. I lost it a long time ago. Oh no, I still have much to learn. In fact, that was brought home to me in no certain terms only last year. My Achilles heel was spectacularly exposed by my best friend here. Indeed? What? By me? This is the first I've heard of it. Yes, by Ryunosuke Naruhodo. You can't have forgotten, surely. It was last summer at the speech contest. Oh, that! Contestants had to take the stage and deliver a public address to on any subject of their cause. We were competing to give the most compelling and powerful speech. And yours was great. It made a huge impression on the audience. Obviously, since I was a budding student of law, I was determined to win. And sure enough, one by one, my opposition fell, and I reached the final at last. I came up against you. Yes, so you did. Not being rude, but when I first laid eyes on you, I thought to myself, this cheeky, wide-eyed no-hopper is out of his depth. He's gonna be a pushover. That's your version of not being rude, is it? Well, I paid for my complacency because it brought on that humiliating defeat. Defeat? How were your ranks compromised? My speech was going very well. I had the audience in the palm of my hand. They hung on my every word. And then, when I came to the very last line... Yes, what happened at the very last line? It was supposed to be a climactic end. Unfortunately, I completely fouled it up. Never! You mean, you stumbled on your words? Spectacularly. Even now, I can't believe I ruined it. Well, what on earth did you say, man? I asked him on a date. Inosuke, you'd better say it. I still can't get my tongue around it. Sure, of course. I recall what you said at the end of your speech, or rather, what you intended to say at the end of your speech was this. So arise, ladies and gentlemen, and applaud our forefathers' plight and the fight for filial piety. I don't know what that word means, or what it is. And what went wrong? What indeed? Myself, I could see no problem with the pronunciation of these paltry words. In that case, old man, I invite you to say it yourself. Very well, then I shall. Piety. I mean, I got piety, right? Filial. Reverence. Gotcha. You're literally Kazuma. Yep, that's me. Hey, you know what happens when you throw a word that a person's never seen before in front of their face? They don't pronounce it right. Oh, well, I shall... Arise, ladies and gentlemen. It's impossible! The arise, ladies and gentlemen part, I delivered perfectly. The next part had me floundering for a whole 5 minutes. By the end of it, I was on my knees in front of the podium and blabbering mess. And that's when the audience started to heckle you. Arise, arise, they were shouting. Hell on earth. But then, of course, this man went and delivered his word-perfect speech, and up with a perfect ending. I need to go again? Let me see. So, my dear fellows, the message is simple. Treat your father and mother with respect. Something like that. I mean, talk about stating the obvious, but the fact is that I lost to that speech. Tongue-tied is the only way to describe it. Well, it's quite tricky to say I agree. The final fight for filial piety, especially. Ever since that day, I had this question whirling in my head. Why did our forefathers choose such an awkward phrase? Was it to mock their children? I mean, I mean, it should never have been called piety in the first place. I can't fucking say that word. And any of you who judge me, I don't care. At least you're going to Great Britain soon. It might not come up much there. Maybe. Never make fun of someone for mispronouncing a word. It means that they learned it by reading. Yeah. Well, anyway. Having lost at a cursed contest, I came after you to ask you a question. How is it that you never trip up on your words? I inquired. You just gave me a broad smile and said, speaking fast is my hobby. I mean, really. What kind of hobby is that? Do you think you could take your hand off your sword? Besides, it's just a way to pass the time. After that, you started talking at me 10 to the dozen. Like you were possessed almost. Honestly. Ah, fuck! There was no bot! Why are you shooting? There was no bot! I felt like it. Well, you wasted a bullet. That could have been used on a bot. Yapping is my hobby. Honestly, I can't imagine the shock you can't imagine the shock I suffered that day. You really can't. You're right. I really can't. Speaking fast is just the sort of hobby I'd expect a civilian like you to waste his time on. Well, you have to practice, of course, but there is some simple things to start with. Like this famous one, for example. Swift samurai sword swipes silently sideways. Ah, yes, even a decrepit tongue in an ailing frame such as mine can find its way around that one. I have no doubt. It's just it's just a bit of fun, really. I can't imagine it. Anybody would struggle to say it. Isn't that right, Kazuha? Swift samurai sword. The blabbering mess by word 2. It's not just the samurai. Every good soldier needs to be able to handle a sword. That's why I'm busy teaching Audio the finer points of swordplay. He's a baby. None of this wordplay nonsense, Private. Quasm. Come to think of it, not long after that, we started to attend lectures together, didn't we? And we got into that debate about family values at the Sukiyaki place on campus. Do you remember? Yes, your argument was full of jokes and puns and wordplay as usual. I remember it well. Oh, was it? In any case, I swore that I would never let myself forget the shock that you gave me back then. As a symbol of how seriously I took the oath, I decided to wear this. The red Hachimaki headband. That's the origin of the Aura headband? That's the origin of it? Sorry, Kazuma. Yes? You've lost me there, I'm afraid. I don't see the link. What does your red headband have to do with your oath? Because it will always remind me of that smug look on your face as you uttered those tantalizing words. What words? You mean another tongue twister? I practiced and practiced until my tongue bled, but in the end, I've mastered it. Mastered what? Well, I think it's time you heard this, actually. Listen carefully now. Here goes. Objection! Red headband, lead headband, dead headband. There. Word perfect, see? I'd actually been meaning to ask you about that. About the story behind your headband, I mean. Well, now you know. So that I'll never forget the shock and humiliation of that day. That's why I wear this red headband every single day without fail. Well, I don't know exactly how much of a shock you think you had back then, but it can't be more than the shock that you just given me now. What do you mean? Well, I'm sorry to have to tell you, but that the tongue twister I said didn't go the way you seem to have remembered it. Huh? It's just as famous as Swift Samurai Swords, so I can't believe you don't know it, really. It goes... Red bread pan, lead bread pan, dead bread man. Ugh! Almost fucked it up. Wait, what? Red bread pan... Ah! It seems that I've knocked some wind out of that headband of yours. It's not too late, Private. You can always start wearing a red bread pan on your head instead. Is it Emerald Legacy or Banjo after this? So, I'm going to try to get Banjo ready by next Monday. Because I'd like to do that on like a long play. I might be able to knock it out in one day, depending on how bad the crowd control goes. But during the week, I'm debating on whether I'm going to try out Pokemon Emerald Legacy, or if I'm going to continue Mariomon for now. Your youthful vigor is manifest, my young man. Your cheeks are glowing red as your Hachimaki. Ah! Why do so many words have to be so similar? So, looking forward to Great Britain then? Were you left to deliver speeches in court in English? I suppose. I can always shell seashells on the seashore. You fucked it up with the very first hurdle. You fucked it up at the very first hurdle, Kazuma. Was that 10 minutes? It felt longer than 10 minutes. This is Bria. The stakes is as high as Sholmes and sure gonna pursue the culprit, but there's more to the crime than meets the eye. And this escapade takes place in Ryunosuke and Susato's visit. Lawrence Strongheart and report on the outcome of Mr. Natsume's trial. They find a flustered Inspector Gredson accepting to solve a very taxing problem before his time runs out. These are all canon, by the way. These are all great, but I really don't have the energy to do all of them. So, which one do you want me to do? And then I'm going to call it. Because I'm losing it over here. So, pick an episode to do as the final episode, and then I'm going to call it. I think Balroth said that that Von Zeke shows up in the last one. Last one? Alright. I didn't even read the premise. Date unknown in the Old Bailey. The court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Sherlock Sholmes. This is a most extraordinary case of murder, counsels. I assume I may proceed. Yes, my lord. Defense is ready. As your at your discretion, my lord. Very well. I hereby call on the prosecution to introduce the case. The incident in question took place 2 days ago, late at night, when the ground was blanketed with snow. Location of the incident was the residence of the accused, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Indeed. Now the famous address of number 221 B Baker Street, was it? The address may have enjoyed fame once, my lord, but will henceforth endure infamy for this grim crime. Yes, sir. Well put. The victim, a certain Madame Rosie, was found asphyxiated on the accused's sofa. My word.
Objection!
But it's unclear as to whether the victim was actually killed in the defendant's suite or not. After all, when Mr. Sholmes left the room for only a brief moment, Madame Rosie somehow vanished herself out of his room completely. Vanished herself, counsel? The victim? Quite true, my lord. There is but one adjoining door between my drawing room and the kitchen. Yet, having brewed some tea in the kitchen, I returned to find the room completely empty. There was nobody else present. Ordinarily, my fellow lodger Iris would have been at home. However, on the day in question, she had been invited to a meeting of a scientific society in the city. I'm afraid you have a propensity for exaggeration, sir. You claim your victim vanished herself, but really, it seems to be entirely possible she chose to leave via the main entrance to your suite. As it happens, my lord, the door to the accused's room was locked at the time from the inside. Very true, Inspector. As such, I can say with considerable surety that the victim did not leave via my front door. Since you didn't read it, Sholmes' emblem is meant to be a gear, him, surrounding and protecting the flower, which is Iris. Ah, cute. But what about, aha, yes! She could have snuck out through the window.
Objection!
The windows in the room were not locked, it's true. The victim had the opportunity, however. However, there was snow all around the building outside, and not a patch of it had been disturbed. Would my learned friend care to explain how the victim could have left without leaving a trail? So the victim, Madame Rosie, somehow vanished from the scene before she was killed. Naturally, I was alarmed by the sudden disappearance of my guest. So I summoned this gentleman who resides in the attic room above my own, and we took a cab to Scotland Yard. I can confirm that the defendant called for me, and I saw his suite on my way downstairs. And yes, I'm quite sure it was empty, just as Mr. Sholmes said. When we reached the yard, this very detective happened to be there. Well, yes, you see, I was just in my office for a while, having got back for some important business. I was, arranging for an assassination, my lord. And then, having explained the situation to the inspector, we traveled back to Baker Street together. At the time, there were no footprints in the snow around the building other than the ones we'd made. Do I take it then, counsel, that you personally witnessed the scene where the incident took place? No, my lord. I went straight up to bed in my room in the attic. Inspector Gregson, however, was met with the most blood-curdling sight. On Mr. Sholmes' sofa, the vanished Madame Rosie, motionless. So the victim was already dead when you discovered her, Inspector? No, my lord, not dead. But not far off of it. She mustered all her remaining strength to say these dying words. That rotter Sholmes will be the death of me. Ah, yes. I overheard that remark at the time, too. Delivered in a rasping voice, full of malice. No! Those words indeed proved to be her last. The victim expired moments later, there on the sofa. Cause of death was identified as damage to the respiratory tract as a result of strangulation. No! Pray, does the accused dare to contest the inspector's account? Certainly not. In fact, the inspector has done it unusually fine job of surmising the salient points. Sholmes will be the death of me. Damning departing words indeed. In her final moments, the victim named her killer. You, Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
Objection!
But the defendant had no reason to take the victim's life. Perhaps you could tell the court, Mr. Sholmes, who exactly this Madame Rosie was? Ah, yes, of course. Did I ever mention her to you? I extended an invitation to her that evening, though she was loquacious in the extreme. The most trivial of matters quickly became a quarrel. I was only too pleased to leave her presence to make tea. Great. It would appear, then, that the accused did in fact have a motive for silencing his arrested guest permanently. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Putting that tenacious motive aside, what about the other mystery surrounding the case? I'm inclined to agree with the defense. There remain a number of inscrutable details. The victim's alleged disappearance and subsequent reappearance, leaving no trail of footprints, for example. That's right. The crime described by the prosecution could never have happened, yet the victim named the accused in her dying breath. It seems to me that my learned friend has overlooked that significant detail. Nonsense. What have I overlooked? The man in the dock, the so-called great detective, all too frequently makes the following bold claim. There is no crime beyond the realms of possibility, no mystery beyond my powers of reasoning. So, Mr. Sholmes, you will have no difficulty in explaining how the crime thus described could have taken place. Therefore, I propose a toast to the great detective upholding his name. Oh my god, this is a whole case? How long is this? How yeah. But of course, where I put my mind to the matter, the crime would immediately appear to all present to be entirely feasible. I'm joking. It feels like a whole case so far. Please, Mr. Sholmes, whose side are you on? All you need to say is no. Even I can't think of a way that a crime like that could possibly be committed. Shorter than a normal case. A normal case is like 3 hours long. At like the shortest. How long of that? Let the accused admission be noted by the court. Though the crime may appear impossible to us mortals of inferior mental capacity, this man alone claims to know exactly how it was done. Now hold on. Thank you, counsels. I believe I've heard more than enough to proceed with my education. The accused great detective did, in some inscrutable manner, willfully murder the victim, Madame Rose. I therefore find the defendant... Okay, cool. We're done. Alright, Sholmes, have fun in jail. Let this man be taken from the courtroom, and soon equally inscrutable manner be sanctioned for his crimes. Court is adjourned.
Hold it!
My lord, please. The truth about the mysteries surrounding this case are known to another besides the great detective. What's this? On my word, Mr. Naruhodo, you're coming along wonderfully. You've deduced a fundamental truth about this case, I believe. Which would be, detective, that the truth to this case is known only to the true culprit, obviously. Is that not so, Gregson? What? Well, I suppose, yes. You don't mean... Are you suggesting, Mr. Sholmes, that you have an idea of what actually happened that night? An idea, my dear fellow. I could explain the entire incident from start to finish, with not a single detail omitted. It seems the detective has failed to grasp the situation. Pray, Mr. Reaper, which of us has truly failed to grasp the situation, I wonder? Then answer me this. You claim that prior to the incident, the victim suddenly vanished without a trace from your room. If so, how exactly did Madame Rosie disappear? I can't believe they faked me out. I don't want to read anymore. Why, naturally, via the window. It was ajar, after all. But it can't be. The room is a whole story above street level. And anyway, no prints were found in the snow. There are a number of ways one could avoid leaving tracks in the snow, surely. Such as flying, for instance. A fastidious notion. And to where do you propose the victim flew, Mr. Sholmes? It's not entirely plain. To the culprit's abode, of course. For having left my suite, it's clearly where Madame Rosie was murdered. Take a moment to consider the cruel irony, if you will. By her own volition, she flew directly to her death. Did you forget, Detective? The victim's corpse was discovered on your own sofa. No doubt because her killer carried it back there. But what about the lack of footprints in the snow again? There just weren't any. Other than our own from when we returned home ourselves. And by our footprints, you're referring to your own and mine. You're quite right. But there were those of another. On the night in question, there was one other person who could have conveyed the victim to my sofa. What? Good gracious, to whom do you refer, sir? A man whose somewhat unavailing presence at the scene of the crime would be questioned by no one. Unavailing? Ah! You don't mean... Indeed I do. The man who hastened to the scene directly upon learning of the incident at Scotland Yard. Namely, you, Inspector Gregson. There? When you arrived at my address on Baker Street, you were carrying the half-dead Madame Rosie with you. You waited for a suitable opportunity and laid the victim on my sofa. What?
Objection!
But we were with the inspector when he arrived. How could he possibly have been carrying the victim? Who would have noticed? Oh, we would have noticed. My dear fellow, the most obvious answer presents itself, does it not? The inspector is rarely, if ever, without his overcoat, and the victim is simply conveyed in one of its many pockets. What is happening? I'm too tired. I fail to see what makes this detective great. I can say one thing with great certainty. A human body cannot fit into the pocket of an overcoat. I believe you may have fallen afoul of a rather significant misapprehension. What? Madame Rosie was not a human. What the fuck you mean? Was she a bird? I beg your pardon. Mr. Sholmes. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Something troubles you, perhaps? Whatever gives you that idea. Exactly what sort of creature was Madame Rosie? It's not apparent already. A parakeet, of course. Why are we in court? Huh? A most conceited specimen, in fact. A parakeet? She was an incessant talker, I must say. Her manner was quite intolerable at times. Want to turn every conversation into a quarrel, I thought to strangle the creature on more than one occasion. You had a quarrel with a parakeet. You're surprised? But of course, why else would she have chosen to fly out from my window so unaccordedly that evening? To the abode of the inspector here beside me, no less. To Inspector Gregson's abode, but why? Because that was the parakeet's home, naturally. What are you... The inspector was called away from town for some days, so it was arranged that I would look after the bird. but it would appear that she was overcome with a sudden yearning for her keeper, thus prompting her flight from my comfortable suite to the inspector's office at Scotland Yard. Well, Gregson, I believe it's high time you explained. Give us your account of what happened that night, sparing no detail, of course. Inspector Gregson? It was an accident. I got back from being away for that evening, you see, and I just walked through the door to my office. Never imagined Rosie would be on her way back to the yard as well. I slammed the door shut behind me, just as she was trying to fly through it. So Madame Rosie... she got sandwiched between the door and the frame. Oh, no! That's a horrifying thought. Never to move again because of me. Why are we in court? I never. I had to do something. And just when I was trying to think of a plan, you fellas arrived talking about some incident at Baker Street. I had to hide Madame Rosie in a hurry, so I stuffed her in my coat pocket and got in the cab with the pair of you. This is really fucked up. What could possibly have motivated you to behave in such a manner, Inspector? You take someone to court for killing an animal. I mean, you can, yes, absolutely, I understand. But you also would need to know that the victim was an animal beforehand. And clearly, nobody but Sholmes and Gregson knew that. Lord Strongheart, sir. What? Lord Strongheart? Please tell me I didn't hear that right. It was the Lord Chief Justice who asked me to look after the bird in the first place. She'd been living with the pigeons in the Supreme Court until then. But apparently the other birds had started to pick on her. Well, now she's dead. They didn't read the court doc. Well, then they're both terrible at their job. And so is the judge. So for this past 6 months or so, I've been caring for her in my office at the yard. I see. If anything had happened to that bird, just imagine. No pay, no time off for the rest of my career. You mark my words, that's what's gonna happen. Or I'll be sent off to assassinate somebody and then be assassinated myself. It'd be weird, but you know, it might happen. You never know. That's why well... But the victim's dying words, Inspector. The court heard earlier that Madame Rosie spoke the name of her assailant on his deathbed. That rotter. Sholmes will be the death of me. Indeed she did. Quite uncalled for, wouldn't you agree? But those words are your true feelings, are they not, Inspector? Gregson, the fuck are you talking about? I don't know, I just, you know, it's been a lot. Strongheart's really gone on me, got on my back lately, and now I got the bird, and the bird's dead. And I just worry that he's gonna take it badly, you know? You've never seen him mad before. One time he yelled really loudly and his entire office caught on fire. Clearly, you speak of me often at your office at the yard. In that disparaging manner. A manner that the merry parakeet took much delight in mimicking. Well, come on, I mean, have you read this month's edition of the Rancid magazine, eh? I'm... sorry! This is all absolutely true? There's another escapade of him basically torturing Gregson, but we're not gonna read it because I'm done. I can't. I need to stop. Ah! Fucking front-facing Von Zieks jump scare. Something wrong, Lord Von Zieks? No. Nothing. I almost drifted off for the moment there. We're in his head. Oh no, it's so depressing in here. Everything's dark, and there's a dog. It's got a bloody mouth. E.P. Barak. It's hard not to drift off when you're being kept waiting 3 hours already. I wonder if we'll manage to meet with Lord Strongheart at all today. We may have to deliver the reports on the Windy Bank case. that he asked for another day. Tell me, Inspector, what became of the bird? Ah, Madame Rosie, you mean. She had a narrow escape, but she's still alive. I delivered her back here not long ago, actually, on Lord Strongheart's orders. He's hoping the pigeons will accept her now. It was something of a shock to hear that she'd been crushed in a doorway of your office. Especially as we were all under the misapprehension that Miss Rosie was a person. Sorry about that. It was Lord Strongheart's demand that... Ah, good, you're here. Ah, right on time. I need you to go off on another assassination. Hi there, Von Zeeks. What are you doing here today? I know that both of them are very good at keeping secrets, but the thought of them almost accidentally revealing to Barak that they're the Reaper is just the funniest fucking thought. Like, come on. In the last 10 years, it had to have happened at least once, right? Balroth just bouncing around his head. Apologize for my tardiness. I'm exactly 3 hours, 24 minutes, and 57 seconds late. Oh, no, my lord, no, please. Don't trouble yourself. Nothing gives us greater pleasure than standing here doing nothing for hours on end. Heartening. So, let's hear it then. Your report. Was one of those a parakeet? Windybank trial is concluded, but this is far from over. It seems that dark far eastern lawyer and I have some shared destiny. We will meet again. Of that, I have no doubt. Did you see that, Lord Von Zeeks? Did you? Madame Rosie went flying off among the pigeons there. Happy as Laurie she was. Really, Inspector? You must be relieved. So this is right after Case 5 of the first game, huh? Okay, we're done. And we're reading. I'm done. I do love these games, but by God, I am happy that that I've gotten through it. This is so long. You know, oh boy. All right, we're gonna go ahead and call things here for today because I am out of it and I am rough with it. So we're gonna go ahead and get rated out. And tomorrow it will be some form of Pokemon if I stream. If I don't stream, it'll be some form of Pokemon on Wednesday. It's gonna be a surprise. Let's see who's streaming. I would really love it if Barry just started because I'm looking forward. He did. We're rating Barry because I'm looking forward to today's stream. It's gonna be a fucking doozy because he's literally gonna be explaining the Metal Gear franchise to his friends, and this is gonna be fucking insane. So we're doing that. Alright, everybody. I'm gonna get you guys on over there. I hope you have yourselves a great day. And I will see you either tomorrow or Wednesday. I might just take a break tomorrow, that's all. And, yeah. Goodbye. Farewell. Auf Wiedersehen. Get off my ship. Bye, VOD watchers.